Вітаємо у Києві, старовинному місті з особливою атмосферою і великим потенціалом. Сьогодні Київ змінюється, стає насправді європейською столицею, надає всі можливості для успішного розвитку бізнесу.
The capital implements the best initiatives and innovations which are based on modern technologies. The Dnipro River is an important waterway of Ukraine with a huge investment potential. According to the Cities in Motion Index IESE rating, Megalopolis has already entered the top 10 cities with the best urban planning. Kyiv is the center of spirituality and education. Traditions and innovative decisions are combined here organically. Kyiv is the center of a bright cultural events and outstanding business events. For the sixth time, Kyiv became the leader in terms of socio-economical development among Ukraine regions. The city demonstrates its superiority in terms of gross regional product per capita, local budget revenues, small and medium business development, and availability of social services. In the city's economy is concentrated the biggest part of a foreign direct investment. Among the most attractive areas for foreign investors are construction, wholesale and retail trade, and IT.
Київ – це місто значного інтелектуального потенціалу та розвинутої молоді. На сьогодні ми активно допомагаємо місту впроваджувати новітні та надійні IT-рішення, роблячи місто більш розумним. Компанія Cisco активно інвестує в освітні ініціативи та підтримує розвиток підприємництва через побудову стартап-екосистеми.
Kyiv has a long-standing partners who always support the capital with need in development. In the capital, within the framework of cooperation with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, public transport is renewed. A complex reconstruction of the tram line and major maintenance of the metro bridge is planned. A radical change in approaches to the heat and electricity generation is beginning.
Kyiv has a strong economy and sustainable growth potential, and people who are determined to realize that potential. We are the BRD feel part of the city, and we work in order to improve the lives of the 3 million people who call Kyiv, like ourselves, their home. At the BRD, we are proud to help improving the quality of lives of the Kyiv citizens.
Local government is focused on facilitation of conditions for doing business, ensuring their reliability and stability in cooperation with partners. For today, Kyiv Investment Agency is the only effective window of interaction between the city authorities and the investor. Chief consultants and project managers prepared the necessary basic platform for further implementation of investment projects in the capital and accompanied from the very idea to the implementation.
Київ сьогодні – це місто, яке дає багато можливостей для бізнесу за простими і прозорими правилами. Наш проєкт – багатопрофільна клініка з сучасними світовими технологіями. Це яскравий приклад конструктивної співпраці міської влади і приватного інвестора.
Kyiv successfully implements the investment projects in the social, sports and recreational industries, medicine, real estate and education, and also strongly promotes supporters' initiatives for the regeneration and development of the city.
Київ відкритий для ініціатив бізнесу, що допомагають столиці динамічно розвиватись, ставати ще гарнішим і комфортнішим містом. Інвестуйте у Київ. Це перспективно і вигідно.
Доброго дня. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings at our sixth forum of Investment Forum of Kyiv City, which is always organized by the Kyiv City Council and by the Department of Economy and Investments of City Council. We are 1 year older. It's our sixth event, and we are moving on. My name is Taras Semenyuk. I will be the moderator of the first keynote session of this forum, and I would like to invite our host, Mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, to give opening word of this event. As usual, in order for everyone to pay attention, always, a lot of years ago, when a speaker is coming to the podium arena and to bring attention of the audience, you always start with the words, "Let's go ready to rumble." Dear friends, the guests of the forum, I'm delighted to greet you here in Parkovy Convention Hall, where for the sixth time we are presenting the concept and we talking about the key areas of developments of investing into Kyiv. And we are very glad to welcome our guests. A lot of people following this event, looking what innovations, what's new happening in Kyiv, because Kyiv City had always shown and had been an example to other cities, towns of Ukraine. And we would like to greet our guests, representatives from the diplomatic circle, mayors of other cities. I'm always welcome other mayors from other cities, because I know mayor is a busy person, but still people find time to leave their city, come to us. It means a lot of interest and willingness to cooperate, and I'm thankful for that. I would like to thank our international guests, representatives of the UN, from the banks, investors, to everyone who is interested in Kyiv City, interested in investing and in prospects of our city. I would like to make a couple of accents on the events that are currently going on, but I will start and with the saying that now we're living not in easy time, and it's a challenge for our city, for the Ukraine, for the world itself. Pandemic. It's difficult times we're living in for businessmen, for economies, for the states. But the challenges are opportunities. Opportunity to change yourself, to adapt, and to learn skills in new environment. And this is what gives us new opportunities for development. And how we moved through all these difficult times, through those obstacles related to the pandemic, and now we can call ourselves true terminators. Because when I recollect last year, number of challenges that appeared before our society, our city, before our state, and I'm more than sure that we will still be able to cope with all of them and show good results. We are now in the capital, and capital is an example to other cities of important changes, new things, innovations. And Kyiv City is a center, cultural, economic, innovative, and in Kyiv is producing a quarter of the GDP of our country. And per one Kyiv citizens, we have 6 times more direct foreign investments at average comparing to the country in total. Kyiv is one of the largest exporters of IT products. Kyiv IT specialists are known globally, and a lot of global companies are using software that had been created here in Kyiv by our citizens in order to, and we are a part of the global progress, very dynamically growing the area of creative industries. We now are concerned about innovations. And I want to remind you that Kyiv is the capital, as the capital was the first who introduced smart technologies in city management. And capital is every year becoming smarter and smarter. I want to mention a number of services that had been introduced as per today, and we are proud of them. In my office, I have like control panel where I see a dashboard which shows me the services that are running currently, and mayors of other European cities, when they visit me, I see how they are surprised and how they telling that they would love to use those technologies that they don't have yet. But I want to mention key areas that we are developing and which we make a foundation for a quality service for each Kyiv citizens and for each guest of Kyiv City. Number one is e-health queue, citizens e-office, e-petitions to the Kyiv City Council, electronic ticket for public transport, parking fees payments via the mobile application, interactive map of use of the municipal vehicles, where we can track each bus, how sharp they are on schedule, how effective our municipal vehicles fleet is working, and many other services that we are constantly improving and updating. We were the first who introduced open budget. All expenses and all revenues of the budgets are open, and for every citizens, for each representatives of the community, because transparency is very important and accountability is important. I'm proud that we are in Kyiv were first who introduced ProZorro system of electronic procurement purchases, and amount of sums that were and among the Kyiv citizens, public budget is very popular, and the projects that that the community is submitting to those to public budget initiatives are great, because people they understand that the suggestions from the communities are supported by the city administration, and from the time of 5 years of existence of public budget program, we implemented more than 1,000 of projects from those initiatives, and next year we will increase the allocations for the public budget, because we see very positive feedback from the citizens, and they understand when the city administration will be not communicating to the citizens, this city will have no prospects. It's very important to feel the aspirations of every citizen of the city. I understand that I can talk a lot about each service. I don't want to waste your time because we have a lot of panel to discuss. We will exchange our experience and we will work out the roadmap for next steps in order to make possible the development of Kyiv City as a part of the European community. We will be very glad to hear discussions, and we will discuss and then we will implement things that we agreed to in order to people to feel the change. And it's very important to talk about investments. I had at previous events I also mentioned, notwithstanding that for the pandemic measures, Kyiv is still remaining one of the locomotives of the investments into the country. More than 60% of foreign direct investments are coming to Kyiv, to the capital of Ukraine. And my task as a mayor is to give opportunity for each investor to implement his project, to get the revenue, and in order for each investor had been capable to implement their suggestions. And I always mention it as a joke, but every joke has a part of truth in it. I had been, and I'm remaining a bodyguard for each investor, because I understand that it means money coming into economy of the city. It means new jobs for the city and new taxes for the city budget, and they are shaping the future of our city. And I want to remind that in front of you, you see a bodyguard of your investment, and for everyone who wants to implement their project in our city. I wish you have a fruitful day at the forum. I wish you to draw your future plans and implement them. And we will do our best to implement them as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention. And now I'm staying, yes, you're staying with us on the panel, but please don't be seated yet. You mentioned investments, and there is another important thing, to know how to administrate, to feel the administration. Not everyone is capable of doing the art of the administration, of communal administration, and we have a surprise for you. You're used to surprises, but I would like to invite to the director of Prozoro Sales, Mr. Sobolev, who will give the award to Mayor of Kyiv. The mic. Can we ask for the mic for Alexei, please? There is a saying, if you want to do it well, do it yourself. Here is your mic. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here on this podium. This summer, Prozoro Sales is celebrating 5th anniversary, and all these years we're working together with Kyiv, and we're building up the trust to transparent auctions and sales. And I want to give this award to Kyiv City for the long years of fruitful cooperation. Thank you very much. I'm sure that such things as Prozor are making our economy more effective, and they are major safeguard, and they're pushing changes. I'm always asked what is most difficult about in city administrations. We know that we inherited the system that is still not effective, not flexible, sometimes corrupt, and Prozoro is one of the factors that ensures that all procurements are conducted transparently and for the benefit of the city and of the citizens of Kyiv. Thank you for the award. Thank you, Alexei. And we will work in the same way in future. Please take the seat, and yeah, here will be fine. And we will start our keynote session. And the keynote sessions, they are giving the framework of the event in general in order for us to talk about very particular things. And that's why I think that it will be important part of the forum, because we should not finish with a press release but the event should start certain processes for the future, and this is the unique feature of our event. For the keynote, our keynote session, we named New Opportunities for Investment Attractive Industries, a leap through the COVID reality, global experience, the narratives of the Greater Kyiv. Yes, indeed, it's a leap through the COVID and the experience of the countries who did best such a leap, and we will have a unique opportunity to hear about this experience and to take notes of from our key speakers. I would like to invite Osnat Lobrani, U.S. Resident Coordinator of Humanitarian Coordinator in Ukraine.
Eldar Azizov, Mayor of the city of Baku from Azerbaijan. Zhu Yi, Deputy Director of Shanghai City Trade Commission of People's Republic of China. Marjan Yuchai, City Manager of the city of Podgorica from Montenegro. Kees Donkers, Dutch urban architect, founder of Architectural Center and CDS Law Studio. Mr. Kostyuk, Executive Director of Pharmac. So, dear participants of the discussion, I welcome you. Now we are in the age of pragmatism. COVID forced everyone to think different. There is time before pandemic, there is time after pandemic. Therefore, in this case, I believe that for the last 1.5 years, this was a test for crisis, not only for governments and also SME. We speak of investment, we also speak of the project Great Kyiv, and from here, the Great Ukraine will start. With no successful capital city, there is no successful country. In the center of that extremely important project is are always people. Aristotle was saying people can realize themselves only in the city or in the community. That model of the police was first type of the forum, of a discussion where people came together to solve their problems in order to improve their comfort of living in a polis. French philosopher Bruno Lato speaks of another reality. He speaks of eco-platforms in major cities. This what forces us to think different, to expand our horizons, take people from premises into the streets. We can see that in Kyiv there are quite many events on the fresh air, eco-balance and strategic objective. In action, this is implemented in electrical cars. We can see in the streets also e-services that help to avoid additional contacts with people. Therefore, today we shall discuss Kyiv and also development of Kyiv Oblast as a central part of Ukraine. Together we shall look for efficient ways of creative transformation and possible new investment into the economy. I call you to be active, to take notes of what the speaker will say, and also, obviously, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kybrani. As a distinguished Mr. Kybrani, I would like to request you to outline, from your perspective, what are the challenges faced by the world from the perspective of the UN?
So pleased that the theme of sustainability is part of this investment forum. And of course, our hope is that more investment will come to Kyiv, but that investment will really go into making Kyiv a model for a sustainably responsible city. And a sustainable future really responds on joint efforts of societies and businesses and local and national authorities. But I want to maybe quote our UN Secretary General that he said that if we are going to get back on track with the Paris Agreement on climate change and sustainable development, how we design cities and building cities that with sustainable transport and sustainable systems is absolutely key. Now, the COVID-19 cities have been in the front line of the COVID-19. It's had a big impact in cities where people live closely together. But as we move forward, and again, looking at the issue of climate change, I think COVID-19 is also an opportunity in the recovery to really build back much better and to catch up. And that should be a principle moving forward in the recovery. I want, again, from the global perspective, to remind everyone that cities emit more than 70% of global greenhouse gases, and that is why they also face, risks ranging from deadly storms and rising sea levels. And I can tell you, Mr. Klitschko, that Kyiv is one of the wonderful cities I've had the pleasure to serve in and live in and make my home. Among other cities, but some of the other capitals that I lived in, like Suva in Fiji, was really under constant danger of being swept away because of tropical cyclones. So, we all need to think also globally on those impacts. Now, one of the things that is, I want to give as an example, the UN Economic Commission for Europe is working with the Ministry for Environmental Protection on developing guidelines for a strategic environmental assessment of all of the urban planning sector. And I think that can be also useful for Kyiv. Now, rethinking cities, let's think a little bit about transport. Sometimes we need to think, is the cities made for the cars or for the people? And I think with heavy traffic in Kyiv, that's something to continue to think about, but I also want to mention that it's so great that since last spring we see so many of these scooters, and And I think that micro-mobility is something that we need to think about more, investing in those kinds of solutions, making public transport more comfortable, attractive traffic routes for bike and pedestrians. And I know that a lot has been done already, but more of that is always very important. Tramways and electric buses. So you have so much potential in Kyiv to invest more, to transform, to become, you are already a smart city, but even more and more environmentally friendly. The issue of thinking about spatial inequality, air quality, and that is also related to mitigating spread of diseases, issue of neighborhood density, better access to services that prevents overcrowding. There is a concept that maybe some of the other colleagues from other cities can share, of the 20-minute city, that to everything that you need, you can get in 20 minutes, so that you don't need to use polluting transport. Of course, the issue of making accessibility for people with disabilities is also something that is, I know, is a focus for Kyiv, needs to continue to be developed. For the UN, of course, thinking about women's equal participation in all aspects of life, including urban, is so important. UN Women has an initiative of safe cities and safe public spaces, but again, when you develop urban infrastructure, think about what the women's particular needs are. And Kyiv has a lot to be proud of on the digital innovations that you've done, and you mentioned several of them. Certainly, also the e-ticket for all Kyiv transports, the e-petitions, etc. But I think we also need to think more about digital literacy, because not, so that everyone, whether you're an old person or a young person, that you can, more on that is needed. And finally, I just say that cities are the centers, the hubs of resilience and human ingenuity, need to take the bolder action to become zero carbon, climate resilient, and socially just places to live. And again, I want to say, COVID-19 is a big crisis, but as we invest in recovery, let's build back better, and let's also think about the other crisis that is around the corner, climate change. And again, cities are the source of innovative solutions. Thank you.
Дякую, пані Остат, за ваш виступ.
Thank you for this presentation. Jon Coordinator has outlined the overall picture. How does the world getting prepared, especially cities of various countries, prepare to new challenges? Now I would like to move to the specific example, in particular the city of Baku. Today, Baku, Mr. Mayor, you probably know, I will remind everyone, Baku is one of the top 5 best cities, combining innovations and architecture, ancient architecture. Therefore, we are interested to what extent do you manage, as a mayor, to involve the investment, to attract the investment where such collaboration of history and modern life combine in such a beauty that we can see. Baku is attended by more than 5 million tourists each year, which is quite a high number as for the capital city. So how does Baku manage to be so interesting, such an interesting city? 5 million tourists arrive every year. So I was requested to translate. So again, the organizers made a fault. A few people understand. So of course, we need interpreters, so that the communications take place on the top level. As far as we know, I will take few interesting things. Shall we not forget that Azerbaijan diaspora in the city of Kyiv in Ukraine is one of the biggest. There are quite many Ukrainians going to Azerbaijan and visiting Baku. those people who go to Baku will see how dynamic the city is, and the opportunity to develop the city in the modern way, to preserve, by preserving historical things, which are combined with modern Baku and historical Baku. And few cities of the world succeed to do that, and Baku is one of the top cities of the world. I would like to thank you once again as a mayor that you found time that you left your favorite city for the short time to visit us. And the question is connected with innovation that takes place in Baku. To what extent you can estimate as a leader of the city those challenges that exist, and that combination of the historical old Baku and the modern city. Thank you very much indeed. Dear Vitaly, dear friends, first of all, I would like to extend the greetings from the residents of Baku. We met intelligentsia of the city of Baku. They found that we are going to the city of Kyiv. They extended their respect to the city and its residents. I'm extending this. At the same time, I wish the forum a successful work on the way to defining the ways of having a way out from the situation. I'm happy that such fora in the Kyiv city become systemic. And we can also say that we systemically participate in such fora. Maybe we need to study Ukrainian language in Azerbaijan. Today we have unique relations. Azerbaijan and Ukraine is a history of mutually beneficial, mutually interested cooperation at the level of popular diplomacy, as it was responded by the mayor. Quite many Azerbaijanis are working and living in Kyiv city. For the last years, especially intensively, Ukrainian businessmen, entrepreneurs operate in Baku and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Even on the liberated territories, they implement governmental projects. Mutual integration takes place between our countries on the basis of healthy relations. As far as popular diplomacy, the diaspora, of course, with no participation of the government, people integrate with each other. Of course, I can hear appreciation towards our people, and I hear the same as I go to Ukraine. COVID is a global problem for the world and the mankind. Generally speaking, there is nothing new historically, because the mankind in the Middle Ages and in the antiquity times sustained many epidemics. We have a viral epidemic. It's a new challenge. We have to get used to it. Of course, we have to refuse from certain things. Certain sectors have suffered in Baku, especially those in the service sector, and the government provided support to them, though as the quarantine lasts for several years, the numbers we can receive for the economics are not really bad. Sometimes they are even good. The investment flow has increased. The Republic continues its development. City development continues, and we are doing our best that it develops in the right way, at the previous rate. For your interest, I would like to say that by the number of population, it's smaller. Nowadays, with agglomeration, it's more than 3 million people. By territory, it's 2.5 times larger, which is a big problem. Traveling from one end to another, which is part of geography, officially 138 kilometers. On that length, the landscape changes and also the population changes. Therefore, preservation of the architecture in a unified style is uneasy. We divide the city into 3 parts. The ancient city of 9th century, that's internal city, which is surrounded with a fortress, then the city, part of the city, which emerged in the end of 19th century, 20th century, when for the first time there was development of the oil production, interesting buildings have been built with participation of Italian, Polish, and other architects. And today's Baku, partially, it's a place for Soviet city, and gives way to new modern buildings. Today we have a big problem, which is a high development of the center. We try to take that energy sector into the edge of the city. As for the new development, of course, all the latest achievements are used that we have to that end, if to say allowed on the planet of Earth. And also there is national specificity. Some groups of architects are working on that. Even if we invite the investors, quite many of them are working in the field of construction. They also take into account the national colors to keep the image of the city. The city is built from the unified material. We keep to the architectural style in our understanding that those construction materials have to be on the same type, same and elevation. Of course, we had certain problems. Some deformations were allowed, and now, by decision of the president, special groups were created that regulate. In order to take a decision about building, construction a building in Baku, there is a three-stage decision, starting from the State Committee of Architecture, Executive Branch, the Ministry of Economy. This is done for the purpose that there is no discussion, no development. People catch the mistakes of each other to produce intellectual product for building the new structures. The White City, you're probably familiar with that project. It's a unique planning from scratch. In Soviet times, in the territory of part of the city, there was so-called Black City, as people say. So the president took the decision with the initiative of our leader, Gaidar Aliyev, to create in the place of a white city instead of a black city. What is black city? Those are the industries on the top of which people have built some favelas, individual houses of terrible type with no infrastructure. They were moved by government resources. The territory was subject to the unified project. In terms of investment, implementation of that project was deprived of any bureaucracy. The investor was offered to build high-rise building, the office centers or hospitals, including the minister. The ministry gave him the package of documents. They did not have to look for privatization. They received the readily available documents, paid the tax to the government. This all was transparent, and we have freed investors from all kinds of deformation related to
excessive expenditures, and we get the city with wide roads built in unified style. The price for the real estate there had risen, and we had areas allocated for individual property, and all infrastructure had been calculated properly. When we are developing new territories of the city, we're doing it in comprehensively, and the investor cannot build something as a part. Our city plan is not formal anymore. It's a working document. It defines framework requirements, and according to which we plan our infrastructure development. And as yesterday I learned about the experience of the Kyiv city, to have a eco-complete territory where a person can work, take his children to school, and use all public services in one place. And in order to protect the authenticity of the city, we are creating such entity as special central district, and we will have a special regulation for it. It will be a historically important part of Baku city, where we will have old fortress, buildings that were built at the end of the 19th, beginning of 20th century, For that territory, we will have a unified standard for the payments, unified street light systems that will correspond to the old style, and the administration of this district will be working according to special principles that will be protecting the historical part of the city, to preserve it as it used to be centuries ago. Baku is one of the most larger growing cities in the planet. If at the beginning of 19th century we had 5,000 populations, at the end of 20th it was more than 100,000 people. Now it's more than 3 million people, and we face the same problems as you're facing when the city faces big influx of people coming to the city. And I can say that Mr. Klitschko is not just a mayor. He's a global person, and when I was meeting with we know that he's celebrating his anniversary, and we know that anniversary is celebrated. We greet you with the 50 years, and Baku is still remembering his sport achievements, and we wish you all success and make all your wishes come true. We're very grateful for your speech. You mentioned Baku as the eco city where a person can get all services they wish. I can say that in Paris they have very similar project, which is called 15-minute city. In Kyiv, we had those projects launched on the left bank, where a person shouldn't go to the city center, where his kindergarten, school, hospital, everything is around a person's place of residence. The COVID reality makes us think in different way to give away all the approaches for the social life organization. Thank you for your speech, and we move to the experience of Shanghai, and our speaker will give us very interesting example of how Shanghai is bringing in investors in such difficult time. I would like to invite for speech Ms. Zhu Yi. She's a Deputy Director of Shanghai Municipal Commission of Commerce. Ms. Zhu Yi, do you hear us?
Nice to meet you. Nice to hear you from Shanghai.
Nice to see you online.
Пані Джу, в мене...
Ms. Zhu, one simple question. What investments are now brought into Shanghai in such difficult times? I want to mention that in 2021, city received more than 13 billion USD of investments. Quite interesting sum. Please share your secret how you work with investors to make so many investments into your city.
Distinguished Mayor Klitschko, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to attend 2021 Kyiv Investment Forum. On behalf of the Shanghai Municipal Commission of Commerce, I would like to extend my congratulations to this event, and also my heartfelt gratitude to friends who have always been caring and supporting economic and trade cooperation and development between Shanghai and Ukraine. Just now you mentioned the Shanghai investment. I would like to say this year marks the 10th anniversary of the foundation of strategic partnership between our two countries. And next year marks the 30th anniversary of the foundation of the bilateral foreign relations. In recent years, both countries have always kept close communication and cooperation on co-building the Belt and the Road Initiative. Last year, both sides agreed on a plan to strengthen cooperation on the initiative that covers trade, industrial investment, agriculture, energy, science and technology, people-to-people exchange, public health, and other key areas. In 2020, the trade volume between Shanghai and Ukraine was 4.46 billion RMB. 49 Ukraine invested enterprises were newly registered in Shanghai. As of now, there are 6 projects with direct investment from Shanghai to Ukraine. With registered investment volume from China of $17.2611 million. Those projects are mainly in manufacturing as well as agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and the fishing industry. Contracted volume of projects that Shanghai contracts in Ukraine amounts $897 million with the turnover of $278 million. These projects are mainly in telecommunications, designing, as well as gas producer and drilling services. Shanghai is the front runner of China's Forum of Reform and Opening Up. As the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic is still evolving, the city has always coordinated the prevention and the control work on the pandemic, as well as the city's socio-economic development. During the first half of this year, Shanghai's GDP grew by 12.7% on a year-on-year basis, and the economic development has shown a stable, progressive, and upward momentum. Next year marks the first year of China's 14th five-year plan period. Shanghai is consistently strengthening its 4 functions, deepening up its establishment of 5 centers initiative, promoting the urban digital transformation, constructing the 3+6 key industrial system, and improving urban function level and core competitiveness. Ukraine is an important part of the Belt and the Road Initiative, and it's known as Granary of Europe. It is home to a whole range of well-developed industries and is extremely rich in mining resources. Both places have their individual advantages to complement each other. We believe that as we promote economic trade and investment cooperation between the two places, more space for innovation and more opportunities for cooperation will emerge in energy, agriculture, infrastructure, device manufacturing, and the other sectors. Dear friends, it is our sincere hope that we can take today's event as an opportunity to leverage Shanghai's significant role in spearheading the Belt and the Road Initiative and to further expand the depth and the scope of Shanghai-Ukraine economic and trade cooperation. Let's support each other, promote and development of each other, and inject strong dynamics into bilateral economic and trade development together. I wish you good health and a successful career. Thank you.
Дякуємо, пані Джу, за ваш виступ. Дякуємо. А зараз я би хотів звернутися до нашої
Now I want to ask our audience who can answer which first country in Europe had opened its borders for tourists. Who can answer? Who have answered to this question? Montenegro. Yes, Montenegro was the first country to open its borders for tourists. There is one more interesting effect. Notwithstanding to the crisis, Montenegro remained the #1 country for investment in real estates in pandemic times. I'm passing the floor to Mr. Marian Yunchai. How you had been able to bring in investments into real estate during the pandemic times? How you were able to open borders so fast?
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Klitschko, it is a great feeling to be in Kyiv. I must say it's an amazing energy, and I can focus straight away on the specifics for the investment attraction in capital city of Podgorica. And basically, it is not easy to create incentives. We managed to somehow identify just before the crisis one area that is not developed, and it was close to the airport. And for the past, since I know for myself, this area, it was standing just like that. So we decided to propose to the city council one decision for the business zones and to utilize this land to create some new opportunities. And during 2020, even though the pandemic was very influential on the complete functioning, but still we managed to sustain our budget in the 100% planned scope and to maintain all our services functioning. This opportunity really brought to Podgorica new light. And just this year, we published one public call. It lasted for several months. And we have already proposals in amount of over 300 million in investments in the capital city during COVID crisis. So how we did this? Basically, like every time in life, you have, in order to create these incentives, you have to give something in order to receive these investments in return. And we gave for up to 30 years for 1 cent per meter square great location. As I said, with very close proximity to airport and rail. And this is about 300 hectares. This 300 million investment is just for approximately 20% of this location. So I urge everyone to use these times of crisis to give more, and I think always the seriousness of the institution is recognized from serious investors. And if you come now to Podgorica, everywhere serious construction companies are present from many countries in Europe, especially Turkey. We have many construction companies, and as almost everywhere, the prices kept stable for real estate. So I think it is also important to focus on some specific areas to maybe target some investors that are into the new technologies, and this is our goal for the remaining part of the space. And what is also one very interesting indicator is that many people saved during this crisis. They had considerable saving, local people. So it is very important not to neglect the local investors, because I know it's very interesting to bring some new foreign direct investment, but local investors also showed to be very dynamic and very creative in this type of approach. Of course, a big advantage for Podgorica is the euro, because the currency basically attracted many investors. We are candidate state for European Union, NATO member, so the security is there of the investment. And where was the specific key point that we managed to convince the investor to do such large amounts of investments is via the diplomatic communities. We managed to organize every now and then, so every month, every 2-3 months, the so-called Podgorica Investment Days. And we specific, let's say, with investors from Germany and Slovenia via both embassies, and we transferred the message that on the other side they had apparatus that is capable of coping with their requests. So we broke it down into 4 major steps, and this is, you know, all the basics that we know: receiving letter of intent, replying to it, shortening these procedures of company establishment or however, publishing the tender, and at the end, signing of the contract. So I think that although we know the reasons why COVID was challenging, we must focus on the smart, smart city solutions. This is now an elementary point, but I think we must focus to ask the smart young people, the smart older people, the smart middle-aged people, and not to be envious in our approach, to give us the best advices how to find these solutions, because every now and then we have the solutions in front of us, but if we don't grab them, somebody else will. And, you know, we all have one life, and we must live it. We really managed to create an environment in the capital city of Podgorica that gives opportunity to avoid traffic, avoid all this, you know, long procedures for the investment approach, and this is what convinced us to give the opportunity to all serious investors that they are feeling like they are at home. And I think we will be visiting Kyiv more often, and I hope from Kyiv we will have many visitors. I remain personally myself online for everyone, and it is basically like they explained me. I mean, we traveled with ATR, so it's 3 hours, 15 minutes, but they told me it's 2 hours if you fly with a jet engine. So big hello from capital city of Podgorica to every one of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and look forward to this wonderful forum. It's an amazing energy. I can already feel it. Thank you.
Дякуємо вам за виступ, пане Мар'ян. Ви зазначили...
Thank you, Mr. Marian. You mentioned interesting ideas that investment comes when there is security. European Union, NATO. In Kyiv, the mayor is a bodyguard for investment. I think it's an interesting combination of security, because money prefers silence. Most probably security is key for the long-term investment. What to do for the city, which is actually losing big industry? Other industries moved into Asian countries. Of course, it's cheaper to make products. This was faced by Eindhoven, a city which was actually focused on the services sector. And the situation with COVID-19 actually damaged this sphere. No more restaurants, big services also that provided services for human capital. And nowadays, we have a speaker, Kees Donkers, the main urban specialist of the city of Eindhoven. And he could unite the community. He could also unite public officials and citizens to create a new model, urbanistic model of the city, which operates today. Please have the floor, and we shall be happy to see your presentation.
My story is about the transformation that happened in my city. We also had a crisis, not like this one, the worldwide crisis, but in the industry in our city. If you can see the slides, I hope so. Yes. What happened in the 90s, we lost our main industry, Philips, to the lower cost countries. Lots of jobs were lost, empty factory sites, so we had to deal with this situation. There was a new mayor coming in the city, also like here, and this mayor was the one who more or less led us in the survival of this tragic situation. He decided to cooperate between business, business industries, city and university. This triangle, it's called triple helix, but nowadays it's called brainport, lead us to a new situation. People lost their jobs but started their own jobs. And a few of them became even bigger industries than Philips ever was. ASML, for instance, almost also in technology. If you have your cell phones, there's smart technology in it from ASML. The city decided to develop new sites for this tiny industry. You can see it here, West Corridor. And the old factory sites were redeveloped. And it became my job to do this. Not by demolishing the old factories, but to reuse them and to combine them with new architecture into a new ensemble of architecture. And we call it sexy urbanism because it became very attractive for young people to live in this kind of new places, like you see here. This white lady was preserved, was reused, and we added some new, I call them red gentlemen, to this. Apartment buildings to bring new cooperation between even buildings, a new kind of architecture. You can see here empty factories, not demolished, but reused as housing, loft housing we call it. High levels, new tubes in the heart of the building to bring people from ground floor to top floor. Not only using elevators, but also using small stairs like 70 centimeters wide, so you have to touch each other if you pass it. We call it sexy stairs, because people started to talk to each other, so it was about communication within the building. New communities were created. We also created new, well, high-rise buildings, not to expand the city, but to dense the city in the heart. And that's also the solution for our situation nowadays. I also worked on my old high school not to demolish it like the developer wanted to do, to build office buildings, but we were able to reuse it and to add more modern architecture. So the combination of old, reused school buildings and modern architecture became very popular. Nowadays it's one of the most expensive places to live. I want to buy my house there, my apartment, it was not possible, too expensive. More than 40 years ago, there's a story about culture also, about the involvement of people in the city. I started to buy a house in this white village more than 40 years ago and started to reuse and to maintain the houses, to paint it white together, not as a house owner, but do this together. We were able to do this as a community, a small village of 260 row houses. And we became famous at this because we were able to convince individual house owners to do the same and to join. We got a status as a monument, a national status. We wrote a book about it, so we became active as citizens. This was the first step in my career 40 years ago as an urban planner. Second step was to organize local debates, to invite people, not only necktie people from building companies, but also students and architects in t-shirts, I always say, to join our discussions about the future of the city. It also became very popular. Even youth was invited to present their ideas. I think that's very important. We were able to present the results during the Dutch Design Week. Since the year 2000, we have a famous Dutch Design Week to present results of students in our city to the world. More than 350,000 people came last year, 2 years ago, the last one, to our city to learn from students, to learn from their bright ideas. I myself started up a small design studio together with students in a little church to be reused and not demolished. And this picture is for me the most important one. It shows the value of young people. It shows the value of new skills of people. It's not like profession, it's like skills, things they want to do in life. You can see them here together in a famous picture to have a view of the future. Here you can see some of their products. So it's bottom-up presentation of the future, you can say. You can see here this, we were even finalists in the World Design Capital 2012. We lost from Helsinki, but we were able to build up this international network of cooperation. Cooperation is the key word in our city. As you can see here in this picture, young people after graduation start their own companies using leftover wood to create their own office in an empty hall. They collaborate with 10 designers together to use this empty hall to create breathing places of new ideas. For me, this gives the city a new color, a new bottom-up, realized, colorful picture, as you can see here. I have still 1 minute to go, I see. We started collaboration since 2010 with Białystok, our twin city. I went to Moscow Design Act in 2010. I did projects together with students, as you can see here, but now my time is gone. I think education could be the solution for the future, and cooperation between generations, 60 plus, 30 minus, live together, start up new villages in the city. That's what I like to end with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keys, for your presentation. Але є, скажімо, ситуації, коли великі промислові...
Yet there are situations when big industrial companies stay within the city, and yet they stop working. What do we have? We have large buildings, large warehouses, which have to be revitalized. We now speak about a situation when business comes to help the local government. We also say when new air is blown into the old buildings. This is a Bible story when Jesus Christ turned water into wine. I would like to communicate. I would like Mr. Volodymyr Kostyuk to speak, Executive Director of Pharmac, Chester company. Unless there are questions about strategy and innovation, I have the only question: when in reality we can see that R&B, the modern center, R&D center, the innovation center, which is one of the examples of revitalization of abandoned buildings. Thank you for the invitation to speak on this distinguished panel. Indeed, I'm very happy, and this is a great honor to me. Kyiv, for us, was both administrative capital of our country, not only cultural capital, also intellectual center of Ukraine. Recently, we have announced building the new R&D center in Kyiv-Podil. We plan to invest $40 million for the next years. By the way, you can see the project in the lobby. A very interesting design we have developed. We invest into science and technology to create science-intensive jobs for Ukrainians and Kyivites. We believe that in Ukraine there is and must be the strong pharmaceutical sector. In Ukraine there must be science. We believe in Ukrainian innovation, and we believe in Ukraine. And of course, we believe in the city of Kyiv. It's not a secret that during the pandemic, the countries, the cities have reviewed the importance of healthcare system for the public. This became noticed when on the first months of pandemic there were substantial gaps of the supply chains, traditional supply chains. Some countries have limited exports of commodity and materials to produce medical drugs. Other countries have limited exports of drugs themselves. Logistics have stopped. Aviation, airports, seaports, partially transportation was stopped. Yet Ukrainian pharmaceutical industry has coped with the challenge. Our company, Pharmac, for example, we have changed our production for the needs that have emerged. We have quickly changed our plans of production to provide for the demand which existed over a certain time. We all remember that COVID was treated first in spring of last year with one type of drugs, in fall, totally different type of drugs. This has created a lot of issues and challenges for the industry because the time frame of supplies of commodity is pretty high, from 3 to 6 months. Of course, people got sick on our company as well. And some people, some employees of our industry had to work several shifts in a row. And yet I would like to say that pharmaceutical sector has coped, and we could provide for necessary medical drugs almost with no deficit. With all that, we also have limited exports of our medical drugs to other countries. Maybe exports is more profitable, yet we understood we are inside Ukraine, we are patriots, and Ukrainians count on us. A well-prepared pharmaceutical sector does not emerge out of nothing. This is a result of the work during decades or centuries when the entire sector and individual companies keep investing. For example, Pharmac historically invests 90% of its profit, annual profit, 90% of its profit, into creating the new industrial capacity, modernization of existing capacity, IT solutions, as well as new products, which are on the market. Most of them are on the market. For the last 15 years, our company has invested 250 million US dollars into the new industries and new technology. Last year, in the end of 2020, we have launched into operation the new shop for production of aseptic liquid medical drugs. Now that shop operates. We have invested 50 billion US dollars in several years, and it does operate. It produces medical drugs, which is necessary for both Ukrainians as well as citizens of other countries. Also, producing the medical drugs that support people with COVID-19. In addition, we have invested for the same period, for about 10 years, $100 million into development and research of new medical drugs that we sell these days, not just in Ukraine. Nowadays, in the company, there are 3,000 employees. On Kyiv plant, 1,800 workers. We all are socially protected. We are getting transparent, competitive wages. Each year, we revise it on the basis of reviews of wages by international companies. Just for the last 5 years, we have revised average remuneration in the company has increased 2.5 times. Also annually, and we try and we manage to raise and review the wages by 15% for all of the employees. In addition to that, Pharmac is also the largest exporter of medical drugs among Ukrainian companies. We are responsible for 1/3 of exports of medical drugs. We are the biggest taxpayer in the country among the pharmaceutical companies. Just for last year, we paid to all budgets 720 million hryvnia. To the local budget, we have paid 120 million hryvnia. This tells us that the company has a responsible business towards the employees, the partners, the community, the environment, and those are not just words. Indeed, we do it. For example, last year we have invested about $400,000 into upgrade of our wastewater treatment facility in the city of Kyiv. With our example, we call and we say that we try to reduce our impact on the environment, and we call all the companies to do the same.
When we do business with these type of values, we can plan long term, and we can create new opportunities for next generations. Thank you, Mr. Volodymyr. Yes, values for business are fundamental, not for earning money, not profit for profit, but for successful life and health of people. We are closing our first keynote session. All participants had an opportunity to see the best speakers who has this habitus of administration, administering teams, collectives, communities for the good of society. And very briefly, certain number of comments from the mayor. I want to say words of thanks to our panelists, and thanks to everyone who is participating. The task for everyone who came here is to take back something interesting. We are ready to present very interesting sessions where you can receive information, become a part of a certain process, and to understand how our city is developing. I believe that exchange of experience and building up this communication, this is the key for our event today, and it will create our shared mindset and capability to understand what is expecting us tomorrow. Not everyone is capable of seeing future, but everyone wants to do it. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your closing words. Yes, we are finishing our keynote session, and we will turn to more mundane things. And now I will pass the floor to Mikhailo Kuchar, and I want to thank the speakers: Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Kyiv; Oshkhat Nubralny, U.S. Resident Coordinator; Eldar Azizov, Mayor of Baku; Jun Yi, Deputy Director of Shanghai Municipal Commission of Commerce; Marian Yunchai, City Manager of Podgorica Municipality; Kees Donkers, Dutch urbanist architect; and Volodymyr Kostyuk, Executive Director of Pharmac. Thank you for attention. Thank you to speakers of keynote session. In 1 minute, we are starting our discussion panels, tools to attract investment into the Greater Kyiv projects. Thank you for wearing masks and keeping social distancing.
Добрий день, друзі! Ми вітаємо вас в нашій експозоні. Сьогодні на протязі всього дня у перервах ми будемо говорити з представниками експозони. Зараз ми очікуємо на представника компанії «Фармак». Я сподіваюся, так, ви вже підходьте до нас. Підходьте. Ми вас дуже вітаємо. Київський інвестиційний форум. Все прекрасно. Розкажіть нам, що саме ви представляєте на цій експозиції?
Ми представляємо нашу компанію «Фармак», і можу сказати, що «Фармак» – це своєрідна історія успіху для України. Сьогодні ми є лідером фантастичного ринку України. Ми експортуємо свої ліки у 30 країн світу. Це все завдяки базуванню якості нашої продукції і завдяки відповідності всім міжнародним стандартам і вимогам GMP. Наша компанія надзвичайно стрімко розвивається, і тим самим ми розвиваємо економіку нашої країни. Ми ведемо свій бізнес відповідально, сплачуємо абсолютно податки і хочемо сказати, що майбутнє України за такими правильними підприємствами, як «Фармак», і більше таких історій успіху матиме наша країна, тим міцнішою вона буде.
Дякую вам, надзвичайно приємно. А розкажіть, з якими країнами ви ще працюєте?
Ми експортуємо понад 30 країн світу. Я назву регіони: це Євросоюз, Північна, Південна Америка, СНД, Азія та багато інших країн.
Як вам співпраця? От знаєте, дуже багато людей нарікають, що в Україні дуже важко працювати. Скажіть, а от в порівнянні з іншими регіонами?
Ми відповідальний бізнес, ми відповідально працюємо і з нашими партнерами і в Україні, і за кордоном, тому абсолютно ніякої різниці ми не бачимо.
Запрошуємо на сцену
Головне працювати чесно, прозоро.
модератора дискусійної панелі. Інструменти
Так, дякую вам
залучення
дуже.
інвестицій
Дякуємо. Далі,
у
друзі, ми
проєкти
будемо
Великого
включатися
Києва.
в
Вітайте!
інші експозони на протязі
викладач
всього дня.
макроекономіки
Слідкуйте.
бізнес-школи
Всім
МІН,
гарного настрою,
керуючий
плодотворної
партнер
роботи.
та старший економіст Ukraine Economic Outlook.
Да. И следующий. Да. Там проще.
Є вода, а є мінерально збалансована Моршинська. Створена природою Карпат, вона легко засвоюється організмом та підтримує здоров'я. Пий Моршинську щодня, будь у формі.
Чесно.
Запрошуємо на сцену модератора дискусійної панелі «Інструменти залучення інвестицій у проєкти Великого Києва» Михайло Кухар, викладач.
Вітаємо у Києві, старовинному і сучасному, місті з особливою атмосферою і великим потенціалом. Сьогодні Київ змінюється, стає насправді європейською столицею, надає всі можливості для успішного розвитку бізнесу.
The capital implements the best initiatives and innovations which are based on modern technologies. The Dnipro River is an important waterway of Ukraine with a huge investment potential. According to the Cities in Motion Index IESE rating, Megalopolis has already entered the top 10 cities with the best urban planning. Kyiv is the center of spirituality and education. Traditions and innovative decisions are combined here organically. Kyiv is the center of a bright cultural events and outstanding business events. For the sixth time, Kyiv became the leader in terms of socio-economical development among Ukraine regions. The city demonstrates its superiority in terms of gross regional product per capita, local budget revenues, small and medium business development, and availability of social services. In the city's economy is concentrated the biggest part of a foreign direct investment. Among the most attractive areas for foreign investors are construction, wholesale and retail trade, and IT.
Вітайте!
Київ – це місто значного інтелектуального потенціалу та розвинутої молоді. На сьогодні ми активно допомагаємо місту впроваджувати новітні та надійні IT-рішення, роблячи місто більш розумним. Компанія Cisco активно інвестує в освітні ініціативи та підтримує розвиток підприємництва через побудову стартап-екосистеми.
Kyiv.
No important investment panel can compete with coffee break. So we will start slowly because a lot of our colleagues still need their coffee and then talk about investments. We have very interesting panelists today. My name is Mikhailo Kuchar. I will be a moderator. And our guests, Deputy Mayor of Krakow for Sustainable Development, Mr. Jerzy Muzik. Greetings, Mr. Muzik. Please take your seat. And best economic progress brochure for Ukraine. Our next panelist, Mr. Nicolas Cambier, Director at Scope Group. Mr. Cambier, Monsieur. If someone doesn't know, Scope Group, it's the leading European rating agency. We know three most known American rating agencies, and Scope is very active in European markets, and they are looking forward to work with us, with Kyiv too. Mr. Dominique Patela, Senior Transport Specialist at World Bank. Our next guest, Mr. Dieter Chan, e-government representatives for the Swiss Confederation, Federal Chancery, in charge of digital transformation and ICT steering. I'm hinted that he will be participating with us online, and he will join us on the screen. Do we have confirmation that Mr. Dieter Chan will be with us? And I would like Yes, he's online. And I'm delighted to introduce my very good friend, well-known Ukrainian banker, and now he's investment advisor for Kyiv Mayor, Mr. Sergei Kruglik. Sergei. And our last speaker, Mr. Andriy Semenov, Chief Business Development Officers at Quarter Partners. Mr. Semenov, greetings. My role will be very small today. You will hear mostly our speakers today. I will just briefly want to mention that we are meeting today at this event, and you've visited previous conferences, you've heard to previous speakers. We Ukrainians used to complain, maybe too much than we should, and we lived through not the best 7 years of our recent history, including the global crisis, where we've seen the hints of the apocalypse, and we are very glad to conduct new investment events, and because in the opinion of leading economists, Nobel laureates, according to the forecasts of JP Morgan leading banks, we are now living at very happy time, at the beginning of a super cycle of the economic growth, of the global economic growth. The discussions are only about how long this cycle will last, 10, 8, 10, 12. We are living for the first year of eight-year growth. Anything we will invest into will guaranteed to bring profits because the planet is growing and there have been plenty of crises in recent history. Kyiv, as you remember, already lived. I'm a lecturer in macroeconomics, so I can recollect the previous super cycles that we all know from 2000, from 2008. The GDP of Ukraine grew from 32 to 188 billion USD. The budget of Kyiv grew from 500 million to 4 billion USD. Property in Kyiv grew 10-folds. Salaries grew 5-folds in USD. Now we will see the same situation. Anything you will invest will bring return of investment. You should be always ready for a crisis, but you also should be ready for the happiness that can come. And now, when we are at the beginning of this super cycle, and we want to ask ourselves, are we ready for this growth? Does Kyiv has enough investment tools to accommodate these billions of USD? And here I want not as a part of a speech, but I want to pass the floor to Mr. Kruglik. How you see the readiness of Kyiv to accommodate investments? Thank you very much. I'm happy that this panel discussion has representatives with different backgrounds of development of municipalities. Polish experience, Chinese experience, Swiss experience, experience of the World Bank, because they have a lot of projects among a variety of municipalities. Unfortunately, in Kyiv, we don't have a universal tool that that can accumulate all this experience and bring it into reality. Yes, we can. Yeah, we can grow maybe 5-fold and 20 times false. And as Mayor mentioned, 60% of investment of direct foreign investments are coming to Kyiv. In order to accommodate these investments properly, we should have something very innovative, and we will speak about this today. And I will be happy if my colleagues will share their experience, how their municipalities had been developed, and then I will present the project of the future development of Kyiv municipality from the point of view of using financial tools. Okay, let's start from the experience of Poland, and I'm most welcome to pass the floor to Mr. Jerzy Muzik, Deputy Mayor of Krakow for Sustainable Development. Mr. Jerzy.
Much for inviting me to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2021. I'm very pleased to participate in this important event and represent the city of Krakow. The COVID pandemic has forced us all to change our priority and plans and to look for effective ways to fight the crisis, especially in the most effective industries. Today, we can say that cities are emerging from this crisis stronger because of the new experience. We understand the challenges the local economy is still facing, which is why we are implementing projects that will bring positive energy to the city in the coming years. I am glad that in the new situation we have once again the opportunity to present the experience of Krakow at the Kyiv Investment Forum. Slide, please. Second. Yes, okay. One. Human capital. Kraków is the second largest city in Poland and the capital of the Małopolska region. About 7,800 people live in Kraków, and they, as well as a large number of students and people staying temporarily, account for over 1.2 million city residents. Kraków constitutes an important sales market. Moreover, for many years, Kraków has been one of the most visited cities in Poland and Europe. Before the pandemic, Kraków was visited by 14 million just. Economic capital. Kraków is above all a top academic and scientific center. There are 23 universities and 130,000 students in the city, which is an important measure of its intellectual potential. Additionally, qualified staff with a firm command of foreign languages and a large number of modern R&D centers make Kraków the perfect place to do business, like the Kyiv. Strategic investment. 2 years ago, Kraków developed a strategy that set the basic direction of the socio-economic development for Kraków. The document known as Kraków Development Strategy, I want to leave here, Kraków 2030, analyzes the challenges the city is facing and propose concrete solutions. There are major strategic projects: Kraków Airport, Kraków New City, and Kraków Nowa Huta of the future. It is the Kraków New City project I would like to focus now. This is 3 projects. Yes. New City. The New City, as it now is a post-industrial area in the southeastern part of Kraków, 9 kilometers from the historic old town. The New City covers an area about 677 hectares. Due to its location, it is both possible and justified to implement revitalization project in the area currently occupied mainly by warehouse and production facilities. As a result, commercial, office service, high technology industry and other facilities related to the residential function will be introduced. I would like to present you a short video to introduce some details of our vision. Video, please. Thank you very much for your attention. Kraków is keeping its finger crossed for Kyiv's further successful development. Greater Kyiv, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you for your speech. Якщо будуть запитання до пана заступника мера, то ми їх перенесемо на останнє.
If you have any questions to Mr. Deputy Mayor, we can postpone it until the later part. Now we give the floor to Mr. Kopier.
Sector in analysis of policy and rating and consulting. Which key points you have to say for the audience today about the investment instruments? What is your general advice, key points for the Kyiv government, local government? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that clearly we have seen the last couple of years and following the crisis of 2009 and now with the pandemic that there are huge needs in investments from infrastructure to even aspects on social and housing, water treatment, of course a very big push throughout the world in terms of decarbonization and looking at wind production and solar production. So all of these require, unfortunately, a massive amount of money to finance. And what we've heard and understood from investors, rating is very let's say, important tool as it gives a third-party opinion on a risk or on a specific security, giving comfort to investors, but also to facilitate the matching of the financing need of municipalities and the need to invest long-term, for instance, in pension funds and insurance companies.
Maybe some interesting cases from your practice, maybe some cases from other cities, some specific instruments. But everybody knows that... Мені зробили зауваження, щоб я говорив українською.
I must speak, however, Ukrainian, and you will have translation. Could you actually... We all know the classical instruments, banking, lending, the classical instruments like issuance of bonds. Every municipality does it for the last 200 years. Maybe any special instruments or a special opportunities to attract funds. What's new in the field of investment for the last 20 years worldwide that you could tell us from your experience?
A growth the last couple of years, and well, differences from region to region, of direct lending from investors. They are interested in bilateral loans and not only on, let's say, traditional bank financing. And these investors, of course, are interested in finding opportunities, and a lot of the, let's say, the funds and the development in financing will go and shift more and more from traditional bank financing to, in some part, bonds, of course, as you mentioned, but also other instruments that requires more transparency and more knowledge, because if we take the example of a large European investor, they will have probably quite a substantial team of analysts giving their opinion on Ukraine or the city of Kyiv, and of course you will have public ratings on them also. But it doesn't mean that they will easily understand the underlying risk on a specific project, or to understand the framework, the legal framework, or the legal consequences if something would happen in every specific jurisdiction. And there, to facilitate these investments that I think that everybody sees positively, more information and more transparency is required.
Thank you very much, sir. And I pass the same question to the World Bank. Я нагадаю, що з нами Домінік Ватела.
Dominique Watela is with us. And of course, the World Bank has a lot of experience worldwide. Maybe you could advise anything to Kyiv City. We all know that our president came back from Washington, D.C., where they have discussed the package which has stockpiled between Ukraine and the World Bank for the last 30 years, more than $300 billion of projects. Maybe some of them are obsolete, and now we make a reload of all that. Maybe you can tell us anything interesting, some interesting things about any new infrastructural projects, anything of the priorities of the World Bank concerning the Kyiv city.
About infrastructure finance in general, and it's a point of caution, in fact. So I think more commonly around the world, what we see increasingly with the growth of different sources of investment is that it's less about the financing modality and more about what that financing modality does for your projects and for the institutions that deliver them. And so in a way, I want to give the message that while there are new instruments available and while countries in Asia, in Latin America, and in the European region have piloted many new municipal finance instruments, the key challenge is actually the fundamentals. Identifying the right projects that have the most benefits for your citizens, executing them in a sound way, which means controlling financial flows, doing proper engineering and contract management, doing competitive procurement, and ensuring that the delivery of the project meets expectations. And then the third element, and the absolute most important element in every single country that is developing economically, is to use financial mechanisms to shape the behaviors of your executing institutions and your governing bodies. Because if you can do that, you're almost guaranteed to win in the long term, right? Regardless of what interest rate you have, regardless of what kind of exotic financial instruments you might be using. If you can use the modality of financing to shape behaviors and to improve performance, this is where you're really going to benefit. Professor, if I may, I wanted to just show one slide that I brought today. So all of these points I've just made are around the fundamentals of investment, but I want to make a point about needs and challenges, and the need for Kyiv to actually work very diligently to address these challenges with new modalities as well as new partnerships. So I've pulled some basic data from Kyiv as well as 3 other European capital cities, and they're geographically close as well as approximately close in terms of population. And I want to make a point with this. So as you can see, Kyiv is not small. In fact, it's the biggest of these 4 capital cities. It's also not small in terms of its budget. And then because I'm a transport specialist, I couldn't help but pull some figures about the transport networks because I like transport, trains and buses and things like this. What you see is actually, in a lot of ways, Kyiv delivers more than other European capitals in terms of the density of service. Just look at the metro. This is an intensively used system, which is also quite large, and as well as the surface network as well. Very, very dense network. All of this costs money, right? All of this requires investment in order to provide the services that are attractive to Kyiv citizens and support the economic development of Kyiv as a city and as a green city as well, right? Where it's a pleasant place to live. But of course, this comparison is highly dissimilar at the same time, because we're talking about 3 cities in EU member states, right, whose sovereign governments have ratings that are investment grade or above, right, and who have access to European Union structural funds, which under a lot of programs come as 85% grant, with the government only contributing 15%. So the point I want to make to you in all of this is that Kyiv has the service delivery obligation, has the investment need of a modern European capital, but has many fewer advantages in its favor in terms of sourcing investment. And the point I want to make with this is therein lies the need to actually focus intensively on the fundamentals of the investments and the vehicles by which the city uses the investment process to shape institutional behaviors. It matters here much more than perhaps any other European capital city. And with that,
absolutely true. Yeah.
I want to turn over to the professor, or Mr. Kruglik. Please continue. I think I've made my points. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Give me a sec. Я з задоволенням надам пану Круглику.
I will be happy to give the floor to Mr. Kruglik to extend this interesting thought. And now we have a connection with Mr. Dieter Taschan. I can remind you this is a representative of the e-government of the Federal Chancellery of the Swiss Confederation in the field of digital transformation. Доброго ранку.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Audience is yours.
Excellent. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very honored to be panelist today, and I understand we're a bit behind schedule, so I will keep my presentation short. When we talk about tools for attracting investment in Kiev or in any
Are we talking about the key instruments? About the key instruments, what is your general advice, especially because you have a digital development experience in government and local sphere? What is
I will come to that right away.
Instruments
so I see tools in 4 areas to attract investment in general. Number one is to provide a stable, reliable, efficient, and effective, and what we call today a 24/7 government, meaning a government that is providing its services around the clock. I will talk about this a little bit, and I will show a slide. The second area is what we have heard already from the other panelists, the finance sector that is working well and that is providing risk capital, a finance sector that is institutions that are willing to invest, and I will talk about this a bit as well with the special form of the cantonal banks that we have in Switzerland. The third point is education and mentality. It doesn't help at all to have a lot of money if you do not have people with the education and the mentality who want to create something, who want to create a company, who have a business idea and who are driven by it and who want to make it happen. And the fourth point is obviously to make the city or any place a great place to live. The quality of life must be excellent. The people want not just to be there for working and then leave as soon as they can, but they want to be there and make it a great place to live. But numbers 3 and 4, I'm not the expert. I'll talk about shortly number 1 and 2. And if we could please go to my presentation, slide number 3, please.
Number 3.
Yeah, here we see, very short, Switzerland is a federal state, and that means complexity. We have, one back please. We have 26 cantons, we have approximately 2,000 communities, we have 4 official languages, we have a huge variance between these communities, regions, and cantons, and we have a lot of things developed bottom up and top down. So you may ask, how can this work, this complexity? But it works. On the contrary, I am convinced today that some of massive successful digital initiatives were made bottom up, meaning they were developed on community level and then multiplied to cantonal and a federal level, and where we adopted this. And I think complexity of a structure doesn't mean that it shouldn't be working, not at all. This is historically, obviously, Switzerland the way it is. Some things are complicated due to this fact, but there's no excuse for not making it work. Next slide, please. And this is probably the most important one. If we talk about digital transformation and e-government, as I said, the goal is always to provide excellent services for our citizens, for our companies, for other administration levels as well, and this all around the clock. But before we digitize or rethink a process, we really have to go through and say we simplify first and then we digitize it. So meaning that we have to think about reducing complexity first. We have to really rethink process. We have to ask the question how and whether the digital technology must simplify to the future solution and not add complexity. And we have to ask these questions every time for every single process, for every single thing we do. And if we do this, combined with what you see on the right, a clear vision, combined with customer orientation, combined with simple access, and combined with top leadership support, then we will manage to create solutions for our customers that are stable, that are reliable, that are efficient and effective, and that make a government better. Please go to the next slide. Next slide. The role of banks, I will not have to talk about this. We have all the experts in here, but if we go to the next slide, I will shortly talk about the special role of cantonal banks, which I was asked to provide a bit more in detail here. And what you need to understand here is that every canton in Switzerland has its own cantonal bank. So we have like 26 cantonal banks, and they are a special form of regional banking. And regional banking is, if you talk about investing and developing an area, I think a very effective tool to go forward, because they are close to the customer and close to the market. They usually have a long-term customer relationship. They have shorter decision-making channels than traditional banks. They have normally a very transparent business model, and they are owned by the canton, at least in parts, which guarantees more stability, and it also guarantees that all the deposits held, they are fully insured. So there's fewer risk than a corporate bank for you as a customer, but also as an investor. And last but not least, I will not go through all of these points, but compared to our big global banks that we have in Switzerland, the two big global banks with the short names, these cantonal banks, they don't have any salary excess. They are still close to the people, to the population, to the customers, and therefore have far better acceptance and far better long-term value in the eyes of a typical Swiss citizen. And that might be an idea for the Kyiv area as well, to think about establishing something like a cantonal bank for Kyiv, if I may say so, just establishing a regional bank that is really very close to the market and to the customer. Next slide, please. So I come to my conclusions. In short, digital transformation requires a change of culture, and as I stated here, failure is good. We cannot wait for eternity. We have all seen in the past years that the tech cycles, they are always shorter than political and legal cycles. So we have to learn to move fast, and we have to learn that perfection can never be achieved, and we have to learn that maybe sometimes we have to be satisfied with a 90% solution, and then we develop it step by step any further. But we cannot wait 5 years, 10 years and say we come up with a perfect solution in 10 years' time, because in 10 years' time the world will be a different place, total different place. And I quote here, the last line, I quote here Albert Einstein, who once said, perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. And that, I think, is a very important statement for digital transformation of government. And then conclusion for the banking, as you may have just said, we all try to see the future. Not everybody can, but we try to. And take advantage of these regional banking, cantonal banking models. And if you need more information there, I will be happy to provide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your perfect present.
Mr. Sergey, question to you. We've heard from our colleague that there are no situation at financial markets when commercial banks would so the Cantonese banks are more flexible in implementing investment solutions at local level comparing to the global banks. When we talk about sufficient investments for numerous social social and cultural projects, and as Dominic mentioned, we have plenty of them. Cities very large. Infrastructure, especially transport infrastructure, is bigger comparing to certain partner cities in EU. How to develop business and create new jobs. As Dieter mentioned, cantonal bank is one of the factors of creating a larger number of jobs. How to spare millions of hryvnias for local budgets. How to fulfill, how to make Kyiv City deposits stable as it provided by the cantonal banks in Switzerland. How to create effective tool of financial control of use of municipal fundings. Ladies and gentlemen, we have project Municipal Bank of Kyiv. Municipal Bank of Kyiv, Municipal Bank of Kyiv, vice versa, it still works. Time is moving very fast, and Dieter Chang saying we have to apply most recent technologies that are now working in bank sector. It will be commercial municipal bank that will combine innovative application of modern innovative tools, online, offline presence, and universal bank services, because Kyiv still needs, Kyiv citizens still need those services. But I want to amplify that it will be 100% owned by the Kyiv community, and 100% of final beneficiaries will be Kyiv citizens, and 100% of profits will be channeled to the city budget. Yeah, and as a moderator, and because we are short of time, I want to ask the following questions. How municipal bank can increase leverage of investment influx? How it will leverage additional investments into the scene? Let's take an example. The projects that were mentioned by World Bank, like for example, we have a project for 100 units, and the city council allocated 20 units for this project implementation. We lacking 80 units of funding. How we can find them or bring more units? We go to municipal bank. He finds investor and he says, if you are agent on behalf of Kyiv, I have this funding. I give you this 80 units. I have a project team. I have, and in this way, we're increasing the city budget 5 times more. Both for internal and foreign investor, we need a single reliable partner. Existing system is too bureaucratic for bringing in international investors into Kyiv. It's too bureaucratically overburdened. Number of projects, not only in Kyiv, but in other countries, they develop during 3-4 years, while the same project in other country will be implemented in 1 year. So certain obstacles of that related to bureaucracy approvals. And when we talk about international financing, we have to involve Ministry of Finance. There is a country budgets. There are a lot of approvals and reapprovals, and then finally this project arrives to the Kyiv administration, and then it goes transformation. Because we have a new minister, because the new minister is having different vision, and so. My point is that we are creating an ecosystem, a banking ecosystem that will comprehensively service city finances, and it will be modern functions of in both in transport and in logistics. This is banking ecosystem for the large city as Kyiv is. When we are creating such tool, and it's also an instrument for creating more disciplines for our enterprises. We have more than 1,000 communal enterprises, and in order to properly run those funds, we maybe, as Dieter Chang mentioned, that cantonal banks, their ratings are AAA plus, and it's very difficult to become a client of this cantonal bank, and you cannot if you are not resident in this canton. And they finance government, they finance project at federal level, at state level of Switzerland. Having a universal tool of the municipal bank, we can use it for solving number of problems both at local and state level. For example, mortgages for Kyiv citizens. We have a lot of Ponzi schemes in the real estate financing, but municipal banks can cope with these tools more because they can guarantee to the citizens of Kyiv that unless they receive the documents from the developer, they will not lose their money. And from one side, it's very simple, but it's difficult to implement. So it can be an insurance tool for the real estate investment. If the bank with the specialists who are working in the markets, it can show to the citizens that it's much more safer to work in that way, and the companies who will not be capitalized, they will not be able to become the bank partners. The partner of the bank will be the company who will be truly interested in providing this final service to the Kyiv citizens. That's why when we speak about the future success of this bank, I am sure it will be a huge success, and it will be an insurance tools for the citizens. It will be bank made for the citizens. Municipal bank will be on the side of the Kyiv city residents, and it will be a way of allocating deposits from the community. It will be, from one point, a universal tool. It will be insurance tool, mortgage tool. It will bear social responsibility. The card of the Kyiv citizens will, if it will be transferred to the municipal bank, it will work totally in a different way. It will be a social wallet or digital distribution of subsidies that is working in Switzerland. Examples from other countries, from Germany, from Switzerland, from Norway, from certain municipalities in Tokyo, they show that this is the best way of developing municipalities and how municipality will handle funding from international investors, local investors, in profits and incomes, and it will be time to channel them through one source into the economy of the city. Let's meet in 1 year when the bank will be launched, and we will ask you how the new projects are approved. And I'm very pleased for your participation, Mr. Yeji. You have another meeting coming soon, so thank you very much for participating. And when we're talking about financial tools, we will talk about the innovative part, impact investment. A new term for me. I'm new as a classical economist, and Andrei Semenov will tell us a little bit more about that and what successful cases of impact investment are already implemented. I'm representing local investment company, Quarter Partners, Andrei Ivanov. We spoke a lot about ways of bringing investments to Kyiv, and one of the tools how we bring investments to Kyiv is collaboration. A partnership with local successful investors. It wasn't mentioned, but in my opinion, this is one of the key opportunities that can significantly improve number of investment, and it can improve the development of Kyiv infrastructure, economy of Kyiv and country as a whole. Because existing risk models and risk appetites of the foreign investments, they are not capable, unfortunately, to accept Ukrainian country risks. But in Ukraine, we have a lot of professional investors, and we are a part of that group who are ready to work together with foreign investors. Our portfolio is represented in number of industries, in development, commercial real estate, industrial real estate. We're working in medical projects. We work with infrastructure projects. Investment into Kyiv Airport is one of our cases. We work with health and agriculture sector. One of our recent project is renovation of the territory of Arsenal factory at the center of the city, and it was when we saw that industrial zone is left in the city center, it was restricted area for public. Why we speak about the social investment, open, transparent investment? Social investment, it's a flow that enable the investment, the project to be relevant for the community. Yes, we opening up the territory of used to be closed factory. I will show a brief video about this factory and this investment project. we implementing this project together with our partners, developing company iDevelopment, and the video that you've seen, it used to be owned by it was occupied by outdated machinery, and now this territory belongs to the Kyiv community. It's always crowded during weekends, and in parallel, for the city, for the citizens of Kyiv, we are making social projects as we are doing reconstruction of the sport facility, and a very interesting landlord is adjacent to the territory where a lot of people wanted to build a number of high-rise buildings, but we, together with the Kyiv City Administration, were able to block that intent. We renovated the sport facility. It's totally social project. We are not looking for investment for that. We will not have any direct returns from that project, but we understand the importance of social investment. As soon as we opened that stadium, as soon as people understood that it will be a sport facility, we saw how much it raised the cost of the real estate around it. And that's why we believe that social investment is a must-have part of any investment project for investor anywhere.
We know how to do it, and also there is another instrument to attract investment in Kyiv and Ukraine, which is local partners, collaboration. This is what I say. I can use my rights as a moderator, and I can say a few words on my own behalf. Tonight, our group responsible for macroeconomic predictions has completed calculation of the trends. I would like to announce the numbers. The exports this year grows 33%. GDP in US dollars grows 23%. And in our country, the wages in dollars grow by 22%. The average wages of Ukrainians will be $614. The average wage in Kyiv will exceed 900 US dollars. By that indicator, Kyiv is already in Europe. If Kyiv were a standalone economic unit, we would be only behind Warsaw and Istanbul in this part of the world. Yet this is just the beginning of the good news. I would like to remind you, distinguished investors, we live in just first year of 8 years at least of high growth. And we start with such numbers from the predictions of Ukraine Economical Cliff. I would like to present our last audits to the investors. This is just the beginning of the 8-year cycle of growth, which awaits all of us. Therefore, I really hope that in a year we can meet again on this stage, and we shall tell about successful cases already implemented, already launched infrastructure projects, social projects, social infrastructure. I wish you success with your municipal bank. Applause for our distinguished speakers. I would like to thank the speakers of the discussion panel, Instruments of Involvement of Investment in the Projects of Big Kyiv. In a minute, there is a panel discussion focused on adaptation to climate change. And we shall make you familiar with Expo Zone. Please tell us what is your participation on the Expo zone. I present Abramovich Art Platform. We promote modern art, promotional works of Ukrainian artists worldwide and in Ukraine. In the world, how do they perceive modern Ukrainian art? That's positive. Often we make projects in Europe, America, Australia. Ukrainian art is appreciated worldwide, and of course they invest in it. Could you say what you do now? What was your last project? Our last project is a book project we made in partnership of Art House, the book New Ukrainian Sculpture about activity of young artists. Worldwide, will there be this book, or is it only for Ukrainians? Yes, we work on translation into English. We would like to present it in quite many countries to make this project more high scale and known in the world. Actually, your work is extraordinary because you promote Ukrainian things worldwide, and we continue. We shall make you familiar with locations that we have planned. I think it will be quite interesting for you to find out of our next locations. Victoria, could you please show us something? What is presented on the stage? Today, within the forum, we present Ukrainian modern art, the works of young author Yevgen Lisnyak, his abstract canvases, and also symbolic sculptures, Waking Up by Robert D. Good. It was demonstrated in every country, including US, France, Italy, Australia. We're happy to present them on the forum. Also, we present merch from Ukrainian artists, all kinds of works from T-shirts, posters, and even printed magazines. Yes, within the situation, could you please tell about the sculptures? What is the idea? What did the author vested into that product? This is waking up of the spirit is a difficult time when worldwide there are quite many problems and people. Moderators of the discussion panel, fast urban development, preservation of the environment.
Вітаємо у Києві, старовинному і сучасному, місті з особливою атмосферою і великим потенціалом. Сьогодні Київ змінюється, стає насправді європейською столицею, надає всі можливості для успішного розвитку.
With health, even cause mortality of people. In addition, that danger can be deferred because abnormal heat causes serious problems for people with chronic diseases. American scientists have proven a long time ago that people die from abnormal heat much more often compared to other disasters related to weather. The number of letalities exceeds the number of victims of tornado, hurricanes, floods, earthquakes taken together. Heat is not the only threat generated by life in a big city. Residents of big cities face atmospheric pollution, bad water quality, the problem of disposal of solid waste. As those problems become more and more important from year to year, with our experts we shall discuss successful cases of environmental changes, innovative approaches in solving environmental problems, and how the big cities have to find a balance between fast urban development and preservation of the environment. This is my pleasure to introduce participants of our today's discussion panel. Few of them will be online. I would like to introduce representative of Green Deal in Ukraine, Mr. Tsuris, head of the Standing Commission of City Hall on Environmental Policy, Mr. Moskal, Silvia Vilikanis Bidas in Madrid City Hall. She's responsible for strategic planning and president of Professional Association Environmentalists of Ukraine. Ludmila Tsiganok, head of the consultative department for transportation issues of Atkins, Mr. Stephen Freisers. Thank you for joining us, because today we discuss really important matters. So we start. In the EU, there is clear understanding that cities play the key role in achieving of national and pan-European climatic and energy objectives. European Green Deal is a roadmap of the West that by 2050 will turn Europe into a climatically neutral continent, stimulating development of the economy, improving health and quality of life of people. European Green Deal transforms environmental challenges into opportunities in every sphere of EU, guaranteeing fair and inclusive green transition. This will be discussed in more detail by the leader of Green Deal of EU delegation to Ukraine, Mr. Turis.
Panel. We are just getting out of a summer that, as you have mentioned, was one of the hottest in many areas in Europe. I mean, we have been recording record temperatures that were, records being broken on a weekly basis, basically, since temperatures were recorded in many countries. I mean, Spain, Greece, Cyprus, Italy, Turkey. Floods. So I think we are feeling. I think the debates on first of all, adaptation and resilience of our communities where we live, where most of us live, is really going to be a key preoccupation among many other to come for the years to come. So I just wanted. You mentioned the EU Green Deal and. Just to inform, I'm pretty sure that all the audience has maybe heard about at least the title of the EU Green Deal and also Ukraine's green transformation agenda. So just to be clear, the objective for the EU, while seeing from the EU, and I believe it's the same since I'm here in Ukraine, I have the same feeling for Ukraine, is that green transformation, so transforming the way we work, we live, we produce into a greener way, is first and foremost a growth strategy. So it's articulated around changing our growth strategies and the way we produce, but also the way we consume. And at the EU level, very shortly, this summer was also very, very important because now we have a package which is called Fit for 55. It brings together 13 key legislative proposals and directives on covering, it's basically covering the whole scope of the economy, the broad spectrum of the economy at sectoral level, but also initiatives that have to do mostly with just transition. So looking at the, say, the bringing fairness into the burden that will be borne by the constituents and the regions of the country. Now, very, very quickly, I don't think we'll have the time to discuss about this, but the logic of this package is transforming the economy of the EU and reducing and cutting emissions by 55% by 2030. Obviously, since cities cover pretty much 3% of the land of the Earth, and it's a similar percentage for Europe, and produce 72% of the emissions, there's it's discussing about decarbonization immediately poses the question of how do we deal with that at the level of city level. And in the EU, there's a new initiative that's being coupled to the Green Deal, which is a countrywide, if you want to approach, a international approach. And these are the local Green Deal plans. But this, I think, is something to have in mind. And because I really wanted to focus more on adaptation in our day discussion, but happily could provide more information on the rest. So as I said, I mean, cities are the place where decarbonization strategies of energy, buildings, transports, waste, industry, and agriculture meet. So many cities are already working on adaptation, also climate change mitigation. And first and foremost, what we have seen in Europe and on the European continent, it's mostly about becoming more resilient. So, and I think an example that talks by itself, it's the sheer number of cities that are taking part in the Covenant of Mayors initiatives with concrete emission targets set and actions focusing on both adaptation and mitigation. We have 2,600 local authorities. That's the date of April 2020 across 38 European countries. And this is covering 123 million people. So this is quite important, and they are bringing the results. But despite having cities already thinking and working on some of aspects, I mean, I think we are feeling, all of us, the effects of climate change at city level, and there's no choice but to find a way to adapt to the risks. And while climate change is a global phenomenon and its mitigation, it's probably going to be brought via reduced greenhouse gas emissions that require a global effort, the impacts of changing climates are more localized and must be tackled exactly in their given context. So in highly urbanized continents such as Europe, cities and towns play a crucial role in responding to climate change. And it's not only because of the concentration of population and of economic assets in urban areas, but also because local authorities perform key functions that are central to climate mitigation and adaptation, and such as land use regulations and emergency planning. So the challenges are great for local communities. At the same time, the needs of every territory have to be met. Involvement of local actors needs to be increased. Revenue allocation and access to direct financing for green investment and for local and regional authorities needs to be facilitated. So the challenges are big. And I just wanted to illustrate a bit what came out from a series of discussions across Europe with local authorities in preparation of the Euro Green Deal, looking at the key challenges cities and face across countries and regions in Europe. And mostly 5 components are mentioned. It's always about improving energy performance and resilience of cities, including of the building stock, managing water flows and wastewater, facilitating sustainable mobility, and then looking at how to renature urban spaces and managing urban growth. So this is a bit what the debate was about and still is in European cities. So from the side of the EU, there has been, since 2014, I mean, a sincere effort on working effectively on urban adaptation. And this has helped greatly advancing local climate change adaptation in Europe in the recent years.
Грегорі, ми вам дякуємо. Я, на жаль, мушу переривати, тому що у нас є лімітований таймінг. Дуже дякуємо вам за вашу доповідь.
Our time is limited. Thank you for your presentation. As you can see, friends, environmental, economic policy are no longer separate. This becomes a unified policy where we move together with our cities. It's not a secret that in the year 2020, Kyiv several times was in the top 10 cities of the world with the most contaminated air. Kyiv is the first city which implements EU directives focused on improvement of air quality. How does it happen? Will that help the capital city not to get into anti-ratings? This will be discussed by head of the Standing Committee of Kyiv City Hall for Environmental Policy, Mr. Denis Moskal. I'm happy to welcome everyone in this room, especially my colleagues in the Standing Committee.
On the ecological policy, I'm head of the Department of Ecology and Natural Resources in Kyiv City, and such representation from this event witnesses on the persistence of the topics we're discussing today. Kyiv City gets into the list of worst cities with air pollution objectively, but only partially, because we just started to implement the system of monitoring air pollution in the city, and because the data obtained from uncertified data from the public sector, and that's why we have the publications in ratings when we are on the 5th place. Kyiv is the first city in Ukraine that implements their EU directives on improvement of air quality. In Kyiv, organization that is in charge of the monitoring of the air pollution is city laboratory and Kyiv City Administration. Because existing 15 laboratories that are monitoring the quality of air, they have obsolete equipment that is monitoring. The city council decided to build, to modernize that system, and at the moment we have already 2 modern air observation posts that online provide information in 10 indexes of air pollution in the city to the in real time, and this information is available both for city administration and for Kyiv citizens, and this enables us to make fast and effective solutions on handling those cases when the levels are critical. Or we're doing this in line with the EU directive and take into consideration the recommendation of World Health Organizations, because we have scientifically proven correlation between the condition of the air and level of health levels in the urban areas. It is considered that almost 80% of diseases are directly correlate with the level of pollution of the air, and our Ministry of Health admitted that 78% of preliminary deaths that happened to heart diseases were directly related to the poor conditions of air. In UN, we have statistics that 7 million people die due to poor air quality. And we understand this, how serious the problem is and how it directly influences the health of people in Kyiv. These measures are not cheap, but our city continues working on modernizing these facilities. This year we plan to launch 3 more air quality monitoring stations, and we totally aim for approximately 20 stations for the city the size of Kyiv, and we will move in this direction consistently. We understand that initially, first of all, it is important for making strategic decisions, because as a large megapolis, Kyiv is generating a lot of pollution, and especially air pollution. Of course, we're talking about the pollution from vehicles, from industrial facilities, and Kyiv City Administration while we are thinking about city plan, can make decisions on building new transport arteries, on is making decision how to move certain industrial facilities outside the Kyiv city border, and on bringing incentives for the functioning of pollution negative transport, electric transport. And it's important to communicate to the citizens to increase use of public transport, and of course we have to provide for comfortable and safe public transport for our citizens. At monitoring of the air pollution is part of solving those issues, and so another changes that can be implemented from based on those data is how we clean our streets, how we change transport routes, and these data are of course available for the citizens, and they can access them even from their smartphones and plan their recreation and leisure activities accordingly. They can make their property purchase choices accordingly, and we think that two challenges like such as pandemic and pollution, they have to be dealt with by preventive measures. If we talk about pandemic, about the virus, COVID virus, it's vaccination. When we talk about the environmental pollution, monitoring is a preventive measure that will help city administration to cope this global challenge. Thank you, Denise. Quite impressive figures. 80% of diseases, they are related to the quality of air. And we also have to remember about changes to the climate, because polluted air conserves heat in the atmosphere, and when we talk about global warming, it's not about working in shorts during winter time. It's first of all, it's loss of biodiversity of our local nature, and we don't want things like floods and hurricanes in our neighborhoods. Yes, how we can improve the pollution? We have to decrease number of vehicles and increase number of trees. And we will hear from the experience of Miss Sylvia Bides from the experience of Madrid. The city is for 45% is covered with trees, and parks are very popular both among city guests and from locals. But still, city has a lot of problem with pollution from vehicles, and Madrid decided to create the largest city forest in the world. Sylvia, the floor is yours.
For the invitation to the conference, explaining, with the opportunity to explain the renaturing strategy of our city with two projects, the Metropolitan Forest and at the local scale, the producer neighborhoods. I have a presentation. Should I share my screen, or maybe are you now listening? Should I share my screen?
Презентація зараз з'явиться.
We see your presentation on the screen, on the parallel screen.
Презентацію.
We can see your presentation, Sylvia.
Then, well, Madrid, first of all, I want to explain the urban planning context of the city. The Madrid Master Plan of Madrid has approved in 1997, and is still in force, and planned the urbanization of more than 6 hectares for new dwellings and for new economic areas. Meanwhile, the population of the city stays very stable. This expansionary trend changes a few years ago when we started with a strategic planning focused on the recovery and the regeneration of the existing city. We have a very wide citizen participation, and the environmental and the improving of the quality conditions in the city. It's very clear for us, and so we started this strategy of renaturing of the city. Okay, we will start with the third slide, please. Next slide. The Metropolitan Forest, next one, please. The Metropolitan Forest is a peripheral green belt with more than 75 kilometer length that embrace the city. And with 32,000 hectares, we think we will be able to plant more than 1 million trees in our city. Okay, next slide, please. And the next one again. We are facing many challenges, environmental challenges, the adaptation to climate change, also the increasing of biodiversity. But also in Madrid, we have a very heavy problem with the urban heat island. The name of the strategy is Madrid Island of Color because we want to change this red image to a green image by means of a green infrastructure. Next, please. This corridor will create a connection between also the regional parks of our region. This is the image of the region, and the white line, it's the edge and the boundaries of the municipality. So we try to include this biodiversity and to make it closer with the inner city. Next one. We started with, we are working in different ways depending of the types of the urban planning areas. In one hand, we have the consolidated areas. In the consolidated areas, we are working with reforestation projects. Usually, we are working with very degraded areas, landfills, and very poor soils. On the other hand, we have the protected areas. Here we are making agreements with the private owners, with land stewardship agreements. And in the middle, we have all those planned areas where we are trying to make agreements with the promoters and giving the criteria and a master plan to the construction and the building of this green infrastructure. Also, here we have the budget. It's an estimated budget, very high budget because it's a very ambitious project. 50% is a budget, an investment of the municipality, and the other 50% is a private investment of the promoters. We started with an international contest, dividing the project in 5 areas of intervention and with different goals. Now we are working with 5 teams of landscape architects and environmental experts to develop the projects. The next slides I will pass very quickly, explaining the objectives of the projects. We are trying to make peri-urban parks. Protecting the environment and also the promotion of the urban agriculture is something very important in this context. The next one, we have also the objective to build what we call a forest avenue, to connect all the green areas and parks of the city, but also schools, economic areas, and even the Barajas airport of Madrid, very close to the inner city, or the fairground, the main fairground of the city of Madrid. Next one. We have also a very important challenge with the yesiferous soils. There's a very poor soils with a specific geology of hills, cantiles, and also a very unique vegetation. We try to create a Mediterranean unique vegetation for the city of Madrid. Next one. We are also working with the wastewater plants, with the integration in the transformation of the installation, creating wetlands, with the restoration also of the riverbanks and the streams. Next one. And also we are working with the transformation of military airport and other military installation to integrate this unspoiled area in the context of the metropolitan forest. I want to highlight one of the, I think the most outstanding aspect of the project is this multi-stakeholder approach. We are working with other municipal departments, environment, urban planning and economic departments, but also with external collaboration with promoters, citizens, companies, and also university and city centers. Our budget is 22 million per year, but we are also looking for private budgets by means of the planning, public-private collaboration for the development of 12 sustainable services facilities. regarding with urban agriculture, educational and training, green economy, or socio-recreative. The next project is the Producer Neighborhoods project, is the local scale. Here we have in Madrid open block neighborhoods with more than 600 hectares of open spaces, underused spaces that are really an opportunity for this renaturing strategy in the inner city. Next one. Our starting point was the Madrid neighborhoods, the Madrid network of community gardens. We have been working during the 10 past years with community gardens, school gardens, and also municipal farms. And there is a great demand to the municipality to change the social approach of the community gardens to more with most profitable gardens, so that we can also sell the food, the production, and so that we have a really commerce supported, but with the urban agriculture. Next one. Now we are with the creation, we are working on the creation of a technical office to make technical assistance for the people involved in this project. We have built 2 training schools, and we are working with preparing the first contest with 30 plots that we will give a concession to private and to entrepreneurs, startups, or companies that would like to organize this new generation of gardens and farms in the city, in our city. And finally, I will show you this slide because we are also working on the modification of the urban rules, trying to include this parameter, the green area factor. It's very, very close to the Berlin biotop factor, trying to make mandatory for the new projects of buildings or the refurbishment of existing buildings to apply this factor depending on the buildability of the parcels, so that in Madrid also appears green roofs, green facades, vegetation, and corridors in the buildings. So that's very briefly what we are working on in this strategy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дякуємо, Сільвія. Дійсно дуже цікавий досвід. І ми продовжуємо.
Thank you, Sylvia, for sharing great experience. According to the research and the priorities of people in terms of the environment, more than half of Ukrainians believe that fighting with the environmental impacts will positively affect on the environment, and more than 20% people are sure that environment should prevail over the economic development. Of course, we all want for Kyiv to be a comfortable city and green city, and everyone from us would agree that. And I want to pass the floor to Mr. Steven Fraser from Atkins. His team is helping Kyiv to identify priorities for development of green territories in the city and how to develop the Green City program.
Зараз проблема.
We have a small problem with connection. In the meanwhile, I would like to welcome Lyudmila Tsiganuk and discuss with her the main challenges and most promising directions of environmental transformation of the capital city. Good morning. About adaptation to the climate change, I would like to say the following. Whether Ukraine will use all the opportunities of green growth, we can see very soon at the level of GDP. Whether the cities and communities can adapt well to climate change, very soon we can see that with our health and our well-being. It's very good when most of the population understands what's the difference fighting against climate change and adaptation. Speaking of fighting against climate change, most of the residents believe this is something global and far away. And this is more like taking care of the environment. When we speak of adaptation to the climate change, it sounds very local, sounds very basic, and the main problem is people never understand the importance. Indeed, breaking the economy, energy, and environment is not possible in 21st century. This is a key challenge of growth. Adaptation is about survival of everyone. When it sounds not from the perspective of the mankind, but rather taking care of one's own survival, this is taken more seriously. And therefore, the modern government and modern representatives of business, every representative of the society will focus proper attention. We'll never do without it. To attract green investment, most of the experts of the market say that the color investment will be green. Environmental component of sustainability, environmental friendliness will go through every process. What's the obstacles? What are the obstacles to overcome? In Ukraine, even when the challenges are growing, the typical situation is when the investor comes to Ukraine, he's ready to invest into the green projects, and yet he has a number of difficulties that we as residents of the capital city, as a government, as business, should be overcome jointly. We spoke of balance today. Therefore, we have to find a balance. The cities will not roll back. Urban development is gaining momentum. Finding that unsteady balance must be found. What are the obstacles to overcome? The first point is a low level of environmental awareness. Why environmental transformation is very slow? Everything is constrained by understanding of the needs for particular activities. If the level of the population in the city of Kyiv is much higher than environmental awareness of the regions, and here we are more helped with progressive educational activities taking place in the capital city. Understanding, even among Kyivites, is pretty low. This causes lots of manipulations, fears. We understand that we need investment, and yet with no transparent rules of the game, clear systemic ones, it's difficult to implement. Therefore, it's the level of environmental awareness that we have to focus at. Every resident of Kyiv City must understand that all activities, even unpopular, which are implemented by the government and business, will be focused on adaptation to climate change, saving, rescuing of all of us. For example, the question of protection of water resources. It's important for for the entire country. Do we all do enough? As the time will show, Dnieper River, along with is very green, as I saw from the plane. Those lonely pictures that you can see on the information resources social networks do not reflect the real conditions that we have with our main water resource. Therefore, keeping local sources of water supply is very important. People must understand that there won't be any development, no economic development, if there is lack of water, unless we make those projects, and the projects are being implemented. Not really critical, but they don't catch up with those quick climate change that have been recorded by the scientists. A lower level of confidence is another important factor which deaccelerates investment into environmental modernization projects. Confidence of everyone in everybody. Business is on one side of the barricades. The government is fighting for every investor due to the low level of awareness. The people prevent, impair rather good investment projects. Therefore, we can see the obstacle which must be overcome, which is lack of awareness. Of course, The legislation is not perfect. Procedures are overregulated, yet we can cope with that. It's important to have political will of each community. What else can I outline within the obstacles? Low level of knowledge of the personnel. Such a number of transformations, which is a challenge for every city, must give quite lots of specialists, experts with experience to accelerate that change. However, as importance of climate challenges have been leveled down, and 30 years we have totally ruined training of specialists, and every authority of every city finds a lack of specialists in the field of environmental transformations, in the field of attracting green investment. Inconsistent legislation affects every city. We understand Ukraine declares green growth on one hand. On the other hand, even those lonely investments that were focused on energy efficiency are quite limited by real action. Preventing the risks is always cheaper rather than removing them. This is a key message about changes and adaptation to climate change. The main thing is that there is still hope. We have to adopt. This is a reality that we have to accept. The question is, however, how quickly we can do that. The key direction is the projects of energy efficiency, energy modernization. The city of Kyiv, more than 1,000 utility structures, community buildings subject to modernization to consume 3 times less energy. The future decade will be won by the communities that learn how to be economical, saving the water, introducing energy efficiency activities, efficient use of resources. Within the city, there are quite many projects, even in the city of Kyiv, also implemented by private business, like solar power plants on the roofs of office buildings. I believe that in the future, hydrogen will be used in those promising, ambitious projects discussed by Europe, and Ukraine is involved in that process. Very important investment into the system of prevention of natural disasters, the green processes and technology for green construction, because when everything is getting melted under big temperatures, this affects the economy and people are suffering. Therefore, using the road construction of high temperature technology is the modern day, not even the future. One has to focus at. We spoke of the green development. Yes, green development is not just for comfort. This is a question also about economics, because this is health. And health of the population in every city depends directly on the projects that adopt every city to climate change. And finally, I would like to say the following. Each of us is a customer of actions of the government and business. It happens that there are quite many questions. Why do we adopt so slowly? And yet every resident of the city, in none of the elections, in none of the discussions, has put climatic issues in the first place. They discuss economics, construction of motorways, environmental issues are in the end. However, this is required for green investment and also adaptation to climate change. We'll have to do it as a force majeure, rather than we understand that much earlier. I am happy to hear there is still hope. This matter is of priority. This is the second panel, environmental one for the city of Kyiv. Now we have an established connection to Mr. Steven from Atkins, and Steven will discuss key challenges, visions, and objectives, also outline types of investment within the range of activities of Green City.
From Atkins, and we are working with the EBRD in the city just now to develop a Green City Action Plan. So Kyiv within Europe are showing quite a lot of leadership in embracing the Green City Action Plan framework for identifying investment that will enhance the city's environment. Can you move me on to the next slide, please? So, as you're all aware, certainly within modern history, we're facing the largest environmental global challenge that climate change is presenting. And since the Industrial Revolution, we've never had such a transformational investment requirement to take us from an economy that is almost entirely based on fossil fuels to one that isn't. And that's going to happen over the next 30 years. So the scale of the challenge cannot be overstated, really. It is really massive. Can you move me on, please? Can you move me on to the next slide? Thank you. I can't see that, so I'm assuming that you can. So obviously, what we're focusing on is getting down to zero carbon emissions that will be in line with the Paris Agreement. And but even if we achieve that, which is incredibly ambitious, we're still going to have more increase in global climate temperatures. So we've got a big challenge to decarbonise, but we've also got a massive challenge to make sure that all our residents and populations and cities around the world are protected from the impacts of climate change, because climate change has already happened. We've already got over 1 degree in warming compared to pre-industrial levels. Paris will get us 1.5 degrees at best, so we have to prepare to ensure that our infrastructure, and in particular our cities that host most of the economy and the population, are protected from the impacts. Can you move me on, please? So one of the benefits of the Industrial Revolution is, as a planet, we've generated lots of wealth, and the amount of money that is available in the shape of climate finance has grown rapidly over the last decade, and it is continuing to grow. So can you move me on, please? So there's money available to invest, but what we need to do is make sure investors can invest in confidence. So we've not got an infinite amount of money, so we have to make sure the money we use is invested in the right type of projects. But also, we've got a limited capacity to deliver as well. So we've got to make sure that we will maximise the capacity to deliver projects in a way that are going to do the best for the environment, and in particular, reduce carbon emissions to zero, and also protect our economy against the inevitable impacts of climate change. Can you move me on one, please? So this is what the Green City Action Plan provides. So my company, Atkins, who are a global consultancy, are working with Belfinger, the EBRD, and the city of Kyiv to develop a Green City Action Plan for the city. And what that will do, it will provide a robust framework for investors. It will identify the projects that are going to make the most significant impact in a positive way on the environment within Kyiv. And it will also make sure that all the stakeholders have bought into this. So we've done a lot of stakeholder engagement throughout the process of developing the Green City Action Plan. It also makes sure they're technically feasible, they're politically acceptable, and importantly, that they don't compromise the lifestyle of any of the cities within the city in a negative way. So it's a completely inclusive set of investments. If you can move me on to the next slide, please. So as you can see, we've been working on this project since early spring last year, And we've developed the Green City actions. We've done comprehensive analysis and stakeholder engagement to understand what the actual challenges are for the environment. And we've prioritised them. We've come up with medium-term goals for the city within the environment, and we generated a long list of options. We included everything that was credible, so around 75 investments in the city across all sectors of the economy. And we have shortlisted that, and we're currently working with the city to refine that, and we will publish the shortlisted action plan with all the policies, but more interestingly for investors, the capital investments that will enhance Kyiv's environment. And that disclosure will happen in the next couple of months, so everyone has the opportunity to feedback. And then we'll look to finalise the Green City Action Plan towards the end of this year and help support the city take it forward to implementation. Thank you.
Дякуємо, Стівене.
Thank you, Steven. We have a couple minutes left, and I would like that we make a summary of our panel. 83% of population in Ukraine agree that environmental changes are a serious challenge. And COVID pandemics brings us to understanding that there should be some changes in environmental policies of the city, and city is launching a number of programs to improve the sewage handling and air pollution in Kyiv. And administration is planning to return Kyiv the fame of the greenest city in Europe, and this will in 2050 more than 2/3 of population will live in megapolises, and we can state that investment into environmental projects in large cities will generate more than 16.6 trillion of revenues. Involvement in your investments into environmental projects, it's not about showing your care about local population, but it's very important ecological measure. Thank you. Thank you to the speakers of the discussion panel. We announce lunch break until
Є вода, а є мінерально збалансована Моршинська. Створена природою Карпат, вона легко засвоюється організмом та підтримує здоров'я. Пий Моршинську щодня, будь у формі.
Вітаємо у Києві, старовинному і сучасному, місті з особливою атмосферою і великим потенціалом. Сьогодні Київ змінюється, стає насправді європейською столицею, надає всі можливості для успішного розвитку бізнесу.
The capital implements the best initiatives and innovations which are based on modern technologies. The Dnipro River is an important waterway of Ukraine with a huge investment potential. According to the Cities in Motion Index IESE rating, Megalopolis has already entered the top 10 cities with the best urban planning. Kyiv is the center of spirituality and education. Traditions and innovative decisions are combined here organically. Kyiv is the center of a bright cultural events and outstanding business events. For the sixth time, Kyiv became the leader in terms of socio-economical development among Ukraine regions. The city demonstrates its superiority in terms of gross regional product per capita, local budget revenues, small and medium business development, and availability of social services. In the city's economy is concentrated the biggest part of a foreign direct investment. Among the most attractive areas for foreign investors are construction, wholesale and retail trade, and IT.
Київ – це місто значного інтелектуального потенціалу та розвинутої молоді. На сьогодні ми активно допомагаємо місту впроваджувати новітні та надійні IT-рішення, роблячи місто більш розумним. Компанія Cisco активно інвестує в освітні ініціативи та підтримує розвиток підприємництва через побудову стартап-екосистеми.
Kyiv has a long-standing partners who always support the capital with need in development. In the capital, within the framework of cooperation with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, public transport is renewed. A complex reconstruction of the tram line and major maintenance of the metro bridge is planned. A radical change in approaches to the heat and electricity generation is beginning.
Kyiv has a strong economy and sustainable growth potential, and people who are determined to realize that potential. We are at the BRD feel part of the city, and we work in order to improve the lives of the 3 million people who call Kyiv, like ourselves, their home. At the BRD, we are proud to help improving the quality of lives of the Kyiv citizens.
Local government is focused on facilitation of conditions for doing business, ensuring their reliability and stability in cooperation with partners. For today, Kyiv Investment Agency is the only effective window of interaction between the city authorities and the investor. Chief consultants and project managers prepared the necessary basic platform for further implementation of investment.
Дякую, що знайшли час. Ця тема сьогоднішньої зустрічі з Зінаїдою дуже хвилює. Я, може, коротко представлюся. Представлю, мабуть, спочатку Зінаїда. Як на мій погляд, український художниця сучасності. Саме Зіна 2,5 роки назад якраз її ініціатива і бажання створити такий фільм, і було поштовхом для того, щоб цей фільм був створений. До проєкту долучився видатний український режисер Віктор Придувалов. Ну і коли ми зараз зустрілися з Зіною, ми трошки, про що ми будемо розмовляти? Я говорю, мабуть, давай поговоримо про те, що нас спонукало вийти в цей проєкт, зробити цей проєкт. Це, по суті, є те, що ми будемо сьогодні проговорювати, те, що нас хвилює. Чому це нас хвилює? Ну, як цьому запобігти? А я Андрій Різоль, продюсер цього фільму і голова Асоціації сприяння розвитку кінематографа в Україні.
Дуже дякую Андрію, по-перше, за підтримку, а також за представлення. Звісно, нас всіх об'єднала, мабуть, і вас теж, саме тема Києва і наше рідного місця, яке для нас є всім, і особливо для митців є великим поштовхом для творчості. І саме те, що зараз відбувається з містом, і те, що всім болить, звісно, це зникаюче його обличчя, особливо той дух, який якраз існує в тих старих будівлях, про які цей фільм, старих будівлях, які мають історичну, архітектурну, художню цінність. Чому саме ми об'єдналися? Бо кожен з нас народився тут. І я маю також обов'язки перед цим містом, тому що я з родини архітекторів. І до цього фільму були залучені дуже багато не тільки душевних, а також багато ресурсів різних і роботи деяких людей, які вже пішли з життя. Наприклад, Сопілка, який допомагав збирати дуже багато документів стосовно всіх будівель. Він історик і також він архітектор, містобудівник. Наразі остання його робота була це захист гостинного двору. Він описував кожну будівлю, підготував документи на кожну будівлю, де він описував навіть кожну цеглу, з якою вона була зроблена, цінність декору, цінність історичну, хто мешкав в цих будівлях. І саме цей фільм став душею і не тільки нашого творчого кола, а також душею саме міста. Якщо його краще, звісно, дивитися без світла і більше зануритися, але що я хочу сказати, що ця робота продовжується, але якщо ви знаєте, що багато будівель з кожним днем зникають, тому що вони не просто самознищують, тому що немає догляду, а також їх борються не так за цінність, а люди, які будують на місці цих будівель комерційні споруди, тобто вони більш саме за землю. І в контексті цього форуму, чому ми саме тут вирішили, тому що я закликаю тих людей, які вкладають кошти, хочуть вкладати кошти в Україну, треба почати саме з обличчя Києва, саме з його духу, який має велику потужність. Якщо когось з вас цікавить будь-які питання, я буду рада послухати, чи теми, які, чи може хтось долучитися до того, щоб щось порадити, як далі рухатися, як зберігати ці будівлі.
Я, може, додам кілька своїх роздумів останнього періоду і, мабуть, спитаю, а хто наша аудиторія і чому ви тут, тому ми, може, з Зінаїдою краще зорієнтуємося, про що нам поспілкуватися. А тези я хочу додати наступні. Мені пощастило на фестивалі високого мистецтва «Букет» потрапити на зустріч під Ясенем з Забушка. І багато про що ця мудра людина говорила, але і торкнулася тематики взагалі Києва, пам'яті і чому це так важливо. І я особисто після того, що почув від Забушка, я трошки перезавантажив власний підхід до цього. Руйнування чи зникнення пам'ятників, будинків, тої атмосфери, тої харизми, про яку тільки що казала Зінаїда, це не просто зникнення. Це повне нівелювання, цитування. Це, розумієте, якщо ми не можемо комусь, не знаю, другу за кордону, власній дитині чи власному внуку сказати, що ось тут будинок, тут писала там Леся Українка, і тут вона там робила там свої публічні доповіді. Якщо ми не можемо це процитувати і продемонструвати, це не сприймається. Тобто, шкодження от таких історично важливих будинків Києва, якщо казати такими великими категоріями, вона не просто знищує там пам'ять чи історичну пам'ять, а вона дуже сильно відбиває ґрунт для самоповаги нації, самоповаги персонально людей. Тобто нема про що цитувати, всі якісь розповідати. Ми бачимо навколо тільки там якісь незрозумілі сучасні будинки. Розумієте, це, ми не можемо апелювати, демонструючи щось, до власних якихось історичних досаджень чи якихось успіхів, бо ми не можемо їх продемонструвати. І відповідна ефективність таких розмов, вона значно знижається. Тобто неповажливе ставлення для цієї проблематики, вона просто вбиває самоповагу врешті-решт, якщо пройти там, по всім еволюційним складовим. От так коротко.
Сказати, що як творча людина, можу сказати, що дуже багато ми відчули підтримки енергетичної. Навіть як робився цей фільм, долучилося багато небайдужі люди, і він з одного боку тяжко нам дався сердечно, але дуже легко, так можна сказати, вирішилися якісь питання, навіть фінансування цього фільму. Але я ще хочу сказати, що він є містичним. І, звісно, як і Київ, відбувається якась містика. Тобто є взаємодія з тим, що місто наше, воно бажає, чекає, що поважати і створювати для майбутнього. Саме фантастичні якісь ситуації виникали і під час зйомок, і під час монтажу.
В 2 начала?
Да. А где мне
Навіть
сидеть?
А?
як
Я как модератор, где сидеть?
Я вообще не понимаю, где модератор.
Где наш вообще?
Я не знаю. Я
Кожна навіть руйнація цього міста, коли відбувається некерована
Кто тут будет
розмова,
вообще? Я вот это добиваюсь уже столько времени. Говорю, ладно.
і встановлення.
И модератор будет еще?
А я модератор.
Вы будете модератор? Вы будете
Да,
сидеть
5
говорить?
человек, да.
Хорошо, вот сюда садитесь. Слева будете вы модерировать?
Да.
Будет по кругу там.
Да. Не знаю, как они по кругу. Это ее надо включать, правильно? Ничего не надо делать, да? Да. Ну, хотя бы меня, да. Да, поговорю. У нас тут про авторское право буду сегодня.
І легше і фінанси шукати. В даному випадку тут 2 великих партнера. Це Держкіно України і Київміськбуд. Тобто забудовник, який, в принципі, в своїй політиці робить це дуже уважно і як не робить такої, не знаю, жахливої експансії, як роблять інші забудовники, я би так сказав. Може, якісь питання чи що ще про... Дивіться, є певний стандарт. Поки у фільму є фестивальна дистриб'юція, а у цього фільму є фестивальна дистриб'юція, тобто він показується на фестивалях, багатьох фестивалях світу, де саме ви можете легко підписатися на сторінку «Дивись українське», і там сторінка «Дивись українське» в Фейсбуці. Там ми постійно публікуємо ці новини. Поки він не завершить цикл фестивальної дистриб'юції, будь-яке викладення в інтернет – це є піратство, це є злочин. Ми навіть з цим форумом підписали відповідний папер, що тільки для демонстрації тут, для цьому заході. Але вже є, ми вже знаємо, що ми плануємо на наступний, в принципі, рік, на наступний День Києва, ми плануємо телепрем'єру, можливо, дай Боже, не буде ковіда, зробимо обмежений прокат в кінотеатрах. Дякуємо.
projects in the capital and accompany it from the very idea to the implementation.
Київ сьогодні – це місто, яке дає багато можливостей для бізнесу за простими і прозорими правилами. Наш проєкт «Багатопрофільна клініка з сучасними світовими технологіями» – це яскравий приклад конструктивної співпраці міської влади і приватного інвестора.
Kyiv successfully implements the investment projects in the social, sports and recreational industries, medicine, real estate and education, and also strongly promotes supporters' initiatives for the regeneration and development of the city.
Київ відкритий для ініціатив бізнесу, що допомагають столиці динамічно розвиватись, ставати ще гарнішим і комфортнішим містом. Інвестуйте у Київ. Це перспективно і вигідно.
Є вода, а є мінерально збалансована Моршинська. Створена природою Карпат, вона легко засвоюється організмом та підтримує здоров'я. Пий Моршинську щодня, будь у формі.
Вітаємо у Києві, старовинному і сучасному, місті з особливою атмосферою і великим потенціалом. Сьогодні Київ змінюється, стає насправді європейською столицею, надає всі можливості для успішного розвитку бізнесу.
The capital implements the best initiatives and innovations which are based on modern technologies. The Dnipro River is an important waterway of Ukraine with a huge investment potential. According to the Cities in Motion Index IESE rating, Megalopolis has already entered the top 10 cities with the best urban planning. Kyiv is the center of spiritual. For the sixth time, Kyiv became the leader in terms of socio-economical development among Ukraine regions. The city demonstrates its superiority in terms of gross regional product per capita, local budget revenues, small and medium business development, and availability of social services. In the city's economy is concentrated the biggest part of a foreign direct investment. Among the most attractive areas for foreign investors are construction, wholesale and retail trade, and IT.
Київ – це місто значного інтелектуального потенціалу та розвинутої молоді. На сьогодні ми активно допомагаємо місту впроваджувати новітні та надійні IT-рішення, роблячи місто більш розумним. Компанія Cisco активно інвестує в освітні ініціативи та підтримує розвиток підприємництва через побудову стартап-екосистеми.
Kyiv has a long-standing partners who always support the capital with need in development. In the capital, within the framework of cooperation with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, public transport is renewed. A complex reconstruction of the tram line and major maintenance of the metro bridge is planned. A radical change in approaches to the heat and electricity generation is beginning.
Kyiv has a strong economy and sustainable growth potential, and people who are determined to realize that potential. We are at the BRD feel part of the city, and we work in order to improve the lives of the 3 million people who call Kyiv, like ourselves, their home. At the BRD, we are proud to help improving the quality of lives of the Kyiv citizens.
Local government is focused on facilitation of conditions for doing business, ensuring the reliability and stability in cooperation with partners. For today, Kyiv Investment Agency is the only effective window of interaction between the city authorities and the investor. Chief consultants and project managers prepared the necessary basic platform for further implementation of investment projects in the capital and accompanied from the very idea to the implementation.
Київ сьогодні – це місто, яке дає багато можливостей для бізнесу за простими і прозорими правилами. Наш проєкт – багатопрофільна клініка з сучасними світовими технологіями. Це яскравий приклад конструктивної співпраці міської влади і приватного інвестора.
Kyiv successfully implements the investment projects in the social, sports and recreational industries, medicine, real estate and education, and also strongly promotes supporters' initiatives for the regeneration and development of the city.
Київ відкритий для ініціатив бізнесу, що допомагають столиці динамічно розвиватись, ставати ще гарнішим і комфортнішим містом. Інвестуйте у Київ! Це перспективно і вигідно.
Є вода, а є мінерально збалансована Моршинська. Створена природою Карпат, вона легко засвоюється організмом та підтримує здоров'я. Пий Моршинську щодня, будь у формі.
Вітаємо у Києві, старовинному і сучасному, місті з особливою атмосферою і великим потенціалом. Сьогодні Київ змінюється, стає насправді європейською столицею, надає всі можливості для успішного розвитку бізнесу.
The capital implements the best initiatives and innovations which are based
І ми будемо говорити з представниками сучасної української креативної індустрії на дуже складну тему. Тема про авторські права. І в дискусії ми сьогодні будемо говорити з Сергієм Вусиком, з Тарасом Сердюком, Дмитром Гузієм, Жоржем Піоновим, Людмилою Цимбал, Тарасом Тополя. І теми, які б хотіли сьогодні проговорити, це перш за все той стан, в якому ми зараз знаходимося. Причини кризи, тому що ми можемо говорити, що ми у кризовому стані на сьогоднішній день, про спільну мету всієї креативної індустрії в контексті і сфери колективного управління, про принципи ефективної взаємодії і про, напевно, ми маємо поговорити про найкращі міжнародні практики ліцензування і як і що ми можемо імплементувати в наше українське законодавство. І, власне, що ми можемо зробити, об'єднавши наші зусилля? Тому я вас запрошую до дискусії і все ж таки розпочнемо з важкої теми про кризовий стан нашої галузі і що ми маємо на даний момент.
Дякую. Я думаю, що я розпочну. Всім вітання, хто нас зараз дивиться. У нас за столом присутні автори України, присутні фахові юристи, які працюють в цій сфері, присутні користувачі, власне, представники Хорека, ресторатори, представники Асоціації рестораторів, які, власне, і наповнюють через свій бізнес, наповнюють всю цю сферу енергією і фінансами, використовуючи інтелектуальний продукт, більшою мірою, звичайно, це пісні і аудіовізуальний контент, який створений українськими і закордонними авторами. Я скажу з позиції авторської спільноти, в чому заключається криза. Потім, я думаю, що ми передамо слово представникам ресторанного бізнесу. От чинний закон, який врегульовує наразі збір роялті в сфері креативних індустрій, закон України про ефективне управління майновими правами, був розроблений у 2018 році і прийнятий задля того, щоб в Україні створені були цивілізовані умови діяльності в цій сфері. Згідно з цим законом, Мінекономіки, а саме відповідний його департамент, повинні були забезпечити прозору роботу комісії з акредитації і задля ухвалення законних рішень відповідно до визначених критеріїв про акредитацію організації колективного управління для збору роялті у відповідних сферах колективного управління. Натомість у нас сталося трошки по-іншому. Важлива така діяльність комісії з акредитації Мінекономіки відбулася з численними істотними порушеннями, і ми не можемо наразі засвідчити, що акредитаційний процес відбувся у прозорий спосіб. І тому що право збирати кошти у двох сферах колективного управління, публічне виконання та публічне сповіщення музичних недраматичних творів майже надали організаціям, одна з яких була створена на швидкоруч за місяць до акредитаційної процедури, а інша повністю контрольована тими, хто роками губить авторські кошти у схемах через незаконні чотиристоронні договори, по суті, виступаючи колекторами в індустрії по відношенню до медіа і в тому числі до ресторанного бізнесу. Завдяки супротиву найбільшої авторської спільноти країни, а також зваженої реакції міністра економічного розвитку Ігоря Петрашка, згодом Олексія Любченка, наказ про акредитацію не було підписано. І от ми зараз перебуваємо, в цій точці, що наказ не підписано. Власне, триває боротьба авторської спільноти за врегулювання в цій сфері, за те, щоб була запущена нова процедура, яка вона, ми так само маємо своє бачення. Але стан справ, в принципі, всім, хто в темі відомий, автори не отримують авторської винагороди в прозорий спосіб, вона не збирається, не розподіляється, отримують лише обрані. А тим часом колектори від певних організацій приходять і шляхом юридичних процедур, шантажу і інших різних таких механізмів збирають кошти з бізнесу, з користувачів у непрозорий спосіб. Власне, ми знаходимося зараз в цій точці, і я далі передам слово, якщо бажають, представникам чи модератори.
Адже авторське право – це різновид майнового права, і це інтелектуальна власність. І це для України, в принципі, достатньо молода галузь права. І що зараз на рівні держави? Я розумію, що певні проекти були, певні нормативні акти були, вони не спрацювали. Що зараз? Розкажіть про якісь, можливо, є на розгляді у Верховній Раді якісь проекти рішень, проекти законів. Чи дослухаємося ми до спільноти авторів?
Ми це все розкажемо, просто якщо можливо почути позицію користувачів, нам вона важлива саме зараз.
Давайте почуємо позицію користувачів.
Да, мы представляем Национальную ресторанную ассоциацию Украины. Это одна из мощных организаций, объединяющих рестораторов страны. У нас более 400 ресторанов являются членами ассоциации. Это и большие сети национальные, и небольшие рестораны, которые находятся там, ну, не в формате сеть. И что мы понимаем и что мы видим? Да? Мы видим, что совершенно непонятно, как образовываются тарифы. Мы не можем обсуждать, сколько это стоит, что касается роялти, да, за использование музыкальных и видео форматов, да. Мы точно понимаем, что организация, которая стоит за этим, не хочет вступать с нами ни в какой диалог. Они, по сути, диктуют свои условия безапелляционно, мы не можем выбирать ничего. При этом, ну, если говорить о сетевых там проектах, в которых есть юристы внутри, да, или которые могут себе позволить юридическую мощную помощь, еще как-то можно отрегулировать взаимодействие, но все равно это там, ну, какая-то базарная история, это типа, ну, сели, поторговались и договорились, да. А что касается маленьких рестораторов, им просто назначают плату, которая берется, в общем-то, с потолка, ну, с нашей точки зрения. И если небольшой ресторан не заплатит этот платеж, то у него на счету может быть арестована там сумма, ну, там, в сотни тысяч гривен в виде штрафных санкций, которые тоже непонятно каким образом рассчитываются. Да? Учитывая то состояние, в котором на сегодняшний день находится ресторанный бизнес, 40% ресторанов или закрылись, или близки к этому, то, в общем, еще один способ, ну, ухудшить экономику нас, ну, не устраивает, нас это волнует, поэтому мы решили разобраться, поддержать людей, которые хотят прозрачность выстроить и партнерство в наших отношениях.
Я так понимаю, что это одна из причин, почему и популярная украинская музыка, либо какие-то популярные каталоги перестают звучать уже в ресторанах. Значит, ресторан начинает обращаться к каким-то фри, там, royalty free, там какая-то там бесплатная музыка.
Бесплатная музыка же, она же тоже, в общем, не то чтобы не бесплатна, то есть для того, чтобы ее использовать, достаточно сложная процедура с точки зрения нынешних правообладателей, да. То есть вы должны доказать, что эта музыка была написана там. Ну, а если там звучат мотивы, если это какая-то ремиксовая история, и если там кавер какие-то версии, то все сразу, то есть они пытаются доказывать, что нету авторской музыки. И не дают нам возможность по-другому это оценивать и рассматривать.
Ну и тем более это же насколько важно в прифронтовых областях, там Луганская, Донецкая область, ресторанный бизнес, там он еще сложнее выживает. И присутствие, например, украинской музыки в тех ресторанах, и, например, какие-то льготы, какие-то условия для ресторанов там, я не знаю, там освобождение от оплаты роялти, там, например, вообще с целью там продвижения украинской музыки, например, в тех регионах. Я думаю, что это ресторан тоже было интересно.
Я хочу добавить немножко. Меня зовут Жорж Пионов. Мы с Тарасом представляем Национальную ресторанную ассоциацию. В силу моей позиции в ассоциации я часто общаюсь с новыми членами, которые хотят, ну, и на больших сборах ресторанов, в чатах. Тема, скажем, авторских прав, она, ну, не знаю, в топе, скажем так, да, в топе проблематик. Не потому, что она занимает в нашем там бюджете какую-то главенствующую позицию, а потому что это, как сказал Тарас, правильно все озвучил, ну, скажем, без правил сделана какая-то история, и рестораторы вообще не могут понять, кто эти компании, там, чем отличается ОАСП там, от других компаний. Для ресторатора разницы никакой нет. И, к сожалению, в силу того, что это продолжается уже не первый год, это превратилось действительно в какой-то бизнес. Часто бывает даже, что тебя никто не спрашивает, там, есть ли у тебя там лицензия или нет, и сразу рестораторы жалуются на то, что им влепливают штрафы, начинают это как коллекторы, да, то есть, наверное, вот так, это ближе всего, а проще говоря, как бандиты какие-то, да, то есть начинают просто создавать проблематики, отжимать, там, угрожать, и в силу этого, ну, получается, агрессия наших участников, и не только участников, вообще владельцев ресторанов к авторским организациям, она просто достигла уже апогея. И, собственно, если мы ничего не будем предпринимать вместе, например, да, то это превратится в какую-то войну, мы будем отбиваться отбиваться от всех, в том числе и от легальных ассоциаций, которые занимаются, ну, вроде как правильным делом. Поэтому от нас с вами зависит, насколько мы грамотно донесем эту информацию до каждого рядового участника. Вот. И мы, как представители нашей крупнейшей национальной ресторанной ассоциации Украины, готовы в этом вам помогать, способствовать и идти навстречу.
Тобто виходить, що у період цієї довготривалої боротьби, так, ви об'єднали свої зусилля, насправді, з авторами, так?
Ну,
і от яка спільна мета? От що ви хочете, як це має бути? Як це має бути в Україні?
Ну, більшість там розходів, які є в P&L ресторану, ну, більшість рестораторів розуміють. Ну, ми розуміємо, яка ціна там на курку, яка ціна на яйце, яка ціна на борошно і так далі. Да? Ми розуміємо, скільки зараз ми маємо заплатити за оренду, і це прозоро там відносини, да? І так далі. Але от, ну, я не кажу зараз про тарифи комунальні, які також, наприклад, Київводоканал – це абсолютно коррупционная штука, которая просто за счет того, что она имеет монополию, ну, очень плохо управляется в бюджете, но вот история с роялти, с авторскими, ну, там хоть есть понимание, что вот есть один, и вот так вот он образовывает тарифы.
Дорого, да.
Да, но здесь мы не понимаем даже, откуда берется тариф, как он формируется, нет логики в построении этих отношений, и многие просто предпочитают не разбираться, ну вот заплатили.
Или воевать, да.
Или воевать. Но воевать это тоже такая история, ну то есть там парни, которые собирают роялти, достаточно качественно подготовлены, у них очень много качественных юристов, и большая часть вознаграждения уходит не авторам, а как раз адвокатам. Да. И, например, там исполнительный директор нашей ассоциации, он является юристом, он член ассоциации правників Украины, он говорит, что правників прямо там запросы приходят от рейдеров, ну не рейдеров, а коллекторов, да, мы хотим, чтобы вы с нами работали, потому что нам надо выстраивать схему эффективную сбора денег. Ну и это все вызывает действительно такую агрессию, непонимание. Ну я не знаю, это похоже на ситуацию, когда вы сидите там в красивом, достаточно хорошем поезде, в котором все понятно, что есть, и тут вдруг какой-то карманник, или даже не карманник, какой-то разбойник приходит, что-то забирает, выходит, а вы не понимаете, что происходит. Как такое может быть? От примерно так.
Я б, напевно, сказала, що основна мета – це прозорість у відносинах. Це от просто прозорість у відносинах, щоб всі розуміли, скільки це коштує, кому сплачувати, щоб це було на законних підставах, а не чекати, хто що придумає.
Ну, я ще хочу додати, що ми, як представники креативної індустрії, власне, автори країни, які створюють цей контент, в нього інвестують, ми абсолютно чітко розуміємо, як працює український шоу-бізнес і як працює поруч з цим, скажімо, користувачі, які споживають продукти цього українського шоу-бізнесу. І ми прекрасно розуміємо, що користувачі готові сплачувати авторську винагороду, готові працювати в прозорому правовому полі, коли будуть чіткі правила гри, коли буде вибудована якась система, де буде комунікація, де, скажімо, організація колективного управління буде формувати тарифи, почувши думку рестораторів, почувши думку користувачів, медіаіндустрії, і якось спільно рости, в тому числі в зборах, в тому числі допомагаючи об'єктивними тарифами ресторанам вилаштовувати свою якусь правильну економіку, не кошмарити, не знищувати її. І в цій синергії тут не лише автори і авторська спілка, тут є гравець держава, є користувачі хорека, є медіаіндустрія, радіостанції, телебачення, і є ще концертна історія, організатори концертів. От якщо всі ми разом дійдемо до якогось консенсусу, в першу чергу, що це будуть довірливі відносини, прозорі, відкриті, будуть якісь принципи, от в мене є бачення, там, які мають бути ці принципи, то в принципі ми зможемо вибудувати це. Це не швидкий процес, але якщо діалог почнеться, ми це зробимо. От я вважаю, я собі тут зробив помітки, що певні принципи, вони мають бути такі. Це має бути прозорість у процедурі визначення організації колективного управління, яка буде збирати, розподіляти і виплачувати авторську винагороду у визначених сферах. Чому? Тому що багато користувачів кажуть, ну ми готові платити, але воно, те, що ми платимо, не доходить до автора. Воно знімається з нас з незрозумілому тарифу, по незрозумілій процедурі, ну абсолютно чітко, як от колекторська, рейдерська якась історія. Тобто, в принципі, тут консенсус є. Має бути дійсно реальна репрезентативність організації колективного управління, коли користувачі знають в лице, розуміють, як працює ця організація, можуть, перепрошую, прийти і запитати звіт, мають виконувати якусь певну свою дорадчу функцію в процесі діяльності цієї організації. Не кажу, що впливати на неї, але мають право сказати свою точку зору, висловити свою позицію для того, щоб її якимось чином не враховували. Ну, знову ж таки, присутність довіри всіх учасників процесу до акредитованої організації, я вже про це казав, можливість здійснення контролю за цією організацією і це вже важливо більше авторам. Держава має забезпечити гарантії того, що сплачені кошти надходитимуть саме авторам чи правовласникам у повному обсязі.
Звітність, важливий момент звітність.
Звіти. Ще так само дуже важливо звіти. Чому для нас, для авторів, важливо, щоб ці кошти доходили до нас і розподілялися? Тому що ми, по суті, творці контенту, ми їх реінвестуємо потім у створення нових пісень, нових відеокліпів, нових проєктів, які потім звучать в тому числі і на радіо, і на телебаченні, і в ресторанах. Тобто це взаємозв'язаний процес, і він має бути органічним і зрозумілим для всіх.
Українське.
Так.
Це настільки цінно, тому що ми молода держава, і ми маємо мати своє українське. І дійсно, це дуже важливо, щоб гроші доходили саме до вас.
Ну і ще важливо, один нюанс, що про репрезентативність ОКУ, от ми зараз представляємо громадську організацію УАСП, яка в рамках міжнародних договорів представляє без перебільшення близько сотні мільйонів творів авторських по всьому світу. Лише ми можемо, згідно міжнародних договорів, маємо право ліцензувати, в тому числі в галузі хорека, ці твори. Тобто не лише український автор, а й світовий автор так само має заходити через акредитовану організацію прозоро, очищатись права мають прозоро, і всім від цього буде набагато комфортніше. Ну, якось так.
І от, власне, давайте перейдемо до міжнародного досвіду. Що ми можемо, який, власне, найкращий досвід світовий, так, у галузі ліцензування, і що ми можемо імплементувати у наше українське законодавство?
Ну, я буквально пару слів скажу, оскільки час обмежений, що дійсно організація колективного управління, вона не повинна бути якимось інструментом давлення, тиску на бізнес. Це інструмент, який зручний як для автора, тому що він не може обійти всі кафе, бари, ресторани і всі суб'єкти господарської діяльності, які використовують музику, перевірити, як вони її використовують, зібрати роялті. І також саме користувачам незручно шукати кожного окремого автора, а зокрема ще й іноземних авторів, це взагалі неможливо, і виплачувати їх окрему авторську винагороду. Тому в світі вже понад 100 років, більше ніж 100 років працює ця система, вона встановлена, вона передбачає певні критерії. Як Тарас зазначив, ми є членом Міжнародної конфедерації в цій сфері, і в нас є можливість отримувати цей досвід, найкращі практики. Один з ключових таких моментів – це фактор перемовин. Так? У всьому світі ОКУ розроблює тарифи, так? Автори подають своє бачення, і через перемовини зазвичай з асоціаціями саме користувачів, тому що це найбільш ефективно встановлюють той оптимальний тариф, який зручний, взаємовигідний, ефективний для всього ринку. Тому що і автори, і бізнес, вони є підприємцями, тому вони знайдуть спільну мову у своїй діяльності. Також є дуже чіткі критерії, теж ми тут не можемо довго це обговорити, але є там першочергове використання, другорядне використання музики, тариф вищий в тих, там, де для тих користувачів, де все основано на музиці, наприклад, організатори концерту або музичні канали і так далі. І де музика має другорядне значення, тариф, він зазвичай має нижчу економічну цінність, також він виглядає, є фіксованим якимось платежем, не відсотками від доходів чи оборотів, чи ще ще щось. Ну, є такі от встановлені світові практики, які передбачають набір критеріїв, параметрів, за якими встановлюються тарифи. Це все дуже легко перевірити, вони опубліковані на сайтах цих іноземних організацій, можна звернутися за досвідом до міжнародних конфедерацій і вже, беручи його до уваги, встановити ефективні тарифи в Україні, які будуть працювати на благо всієї індустрії.
Дуже цікаво, от яку б країну ви взяли за нормативно-правовими актами, взяли б за приклад?
Ну, це не на рівні нормативно-правових актів, це на рівні самих організацій колективного управління, бо вони управляються саме авторами, правовласниками, і вони встановлюють тарифи, які потім затверджуються в результаті перемовин з користувачами. Ну, можливо, має сенс звертатись до найближчих сусідів, які ефективно проводять збір і розподіл роялті. Це Угорщина, Польща, там дуже високі показники, дуже ефективно все працює, і зручно для бізнесу отримувати ліцензію і використовувати весь світовий репертуар. І автори отримують свою винагороду, як автори Польщі, так і автори іноземних країн. Ну, можливо, ще має сенс звернутися до більш таких встановлених країн. Звичайно, в них зовсім інша економіка, Англія, Франція, Італія, але подивитись на те, так, куди нам прямувати, саме які критерії брати, теж має сенс, я думаю. Так що інформації дуже багато, вона відкрита, і її треба застосовувати в співпраці.
Якщо можна, я продовжу якраз міжнародний аспект, про який колега зазначила. В Україні ми після 90-х років переходимо від радянського укладу, соціалістичного, до цивілізованого, можна так назвати. Інтелектуальна власність – це елемент економіки розвинутих країн, і ще й в майбутньому, я думаю, інструменти тільки будуть розвиватися. А тому ми не можемо розглядати тільки статистично. Світ розвивається. В Європейському Союзі в 2014 році була схвалена спеціальна євродиректива, яка стосувалася саме організації колективного управління. А український закон, який був прийнятий, про який вже згадували в 2018 році, він був в 2018 році. Тобто це насправді один з найбільш свіжих і цікавих саме нормативного регулювання. Україна насправді попереду в правовому законодавчому врегулюванні на тій хвилі реформ, яка запускалася. Цей закон достатньо високо оцінений міжнародними експертами, ну, з певною національною специфікою, яку довелось враховувати. Але проблема не в тому, що у нас недостатньо законодавства, абсолютно навпаки. У нас виявилося, що важлива функція цієї трансформації, яку мав забезпечити уряд, вона виявилася абсолютно проваленою, і замість побудови цивілізованих і законних відносин в цій сфері ми перейшли до такої напівтіньової моделі, коли функції держави неефективно виконувались в цій галузі, закон не виконаний. Ту модель, яку збору ми маємо, новоутворену, вона абсолютно не відповідає закону. Тому це треба, очевидно, зупиняти. І зупиняти це вже на рівні просто розмов не вийде. Треба приймати корективи до законодавства, які швидко вирішать і поставлять якісь умови прозорості і взаємодії, про які згадувалося. Цей законопроект внесений, це законопроект 5572. Він локально вирішує саме для сфер хоріки ці питання. І я гадаю, що в інтересах абсолютно всіх, отже, бо інтелектуальна власність – це не спекулятивний бізнес, це соціально відповідальний бізнес, і головним споживачем є суспільство, насправді, яке слухає і музику, і споживає послуги, і створює ту культуру споживання високоякісних послуг, і це має бути прозорі відносини і авторської спільноти, і користувачів, рестораторів. Тому на базі законопроекту 5572 це є вихід з кризи, яка сталася, і я би рекомендував дуже уважно цей закон підтримати.
На цій позитивній ноті я б хотіла буквально кожного з вас почути тезу, що ми можемо зробити, об'єднавши наші зусилля, щоб вийти з цієї кризи. Якийсь такий секретик маленький, але от щоб ми всі почули.
Я би запропонував професійно почати кожному робити свою справу, і це призведе до успіху.
Ну, я додам ще, що якщо нас зараз дивляться користувачі, ми можемо надавати фахову юридичну допомогу, і підтримку, і консультації. Наша організація колективного управління ГЕОАСП. Мені здається, нам просто треба почати нарешті працювати спільно, почати рухатися. Це процес, він не швидкий. В ньому багато нюансів і зацікавлених сторін. Ми розуміємо, які на кону кошти, і хто буде боротися до кінця, щоб ту наявну кризу і ті схеми, які зараз працюють, законсервувати. Але якщо ми об'єднуємося разом, у нас все вийде. Я вже хочу проанонсувати у вівторок велика прес-конференція в Українському кризовому медіа-центрі, де зберуться відомі медійні особистості, такі як Юрій Нікітін, Ірина Білик, Ірина Горова,
да.
Автори, представники лейблів, представники концертної індустрії, для того, щоб окреслити план виходу з цієї кризи і, окрім цього, зробити звернення до уряду. Це буде дуже така серйозна подія у вівторок. Долучайтеся, слідкуйте. Наш процес йде, я думаю, що все буде нормально.
Насправді дуже вам всім дякую за таку дискусію. І знаєте, що приємно вражає, що ви боретесь і що у вас є план. Насправді план виходу з кризи. І це головне. Ми тут зібралися не просто поговорити, а ви абсолютно свідомо знаєте, що ви будете робити. І я впевнена, що
шановні учасники форуму, запрошуємо вас до глядацької зали. Панельна дискусія «Стале здоров'я спільноти» розпочнеться за 5 хвилин.
Вітаємо у Києві, старовинному і сучасному, місті з особливою атмосферою і великим потенціалом. Сьогодні Київ змінюється, стає насправді європейською столицею, надає всі можливості для успішного розвитку бізнесу.
The capital implements the best initiatives and innovations which are based on modern technologies. The Dnipro River is an important waterway of Ukraine with a huge investment potential. According to the Cities in Motion Index IESE rating, Megalopolis has already entered the top 10 cities with the best urban planning. Kyiv is the center of spirituality and education. Traditions and innovative decisions are combined here organically. Kyiv is the center of a bright cultural events and outstanding business events. For the 6th time, Kyiv became the leader in terms of socio-economical development among Ukraine regions. The city demonstrates its superiority in terms of gross regional product per capita, local budget revenues, small and medium business development, and availability of social services. In the city's economy is concentrated the biggest part of a foreign direct investment. Among the most attractive areas for foreign investors are construction, wholesale and retail trade, and IT.
I'm happy to welcome you on our Sustainable Development panel. Having strategic session after lunch is a kind of disaster because it takes time for people to come together. Yet, when I declare the speakers, everybody will be happy to join. Let me introduce our discussion panel. Olena Govorova, Deputy Head of Kyiv City State Administration for Self-Governance Authority. Also, we have international guest Ion Cheban, Mayor of Kishinev. Mr. Cheban, we invite you to the stage. Another international speaker, Madam Fabienne Kelzer, Founding Director of Fabulous Urban, Professor in the Academy of Fine Arts of Stuttgart. Also, we invite to the stage Mr. Matsishin, neurologist of top category, head leader of the network of health centers Ayurveda 192. Yevgen Mushkin, Executive Director of National Expo Center of Ukraine, Manager for Optimization of Business Processes. So, Mr. Yevgen, you are welcome. And the last speaker who will join us online, Anton Ovrinsky, co-founder and executive director of Medicines 24 company. I believe that we can start and the audience will join us. We invite everybody to listen because I think that our discussion will be interesting for representatives of local governments as we exchange today the experience with representatives of other cities and even countries. Also, it's interesting for each citizen, resident of Kyiv, because we speak today what is the infrastructure in the city and the opportunity to be healthy. Also interesting for business because having healthy people working and never getting sick is also good. And business quite often joins various social projects in the city. Shall we start? The topic of our panel is sustainable health. Shall we first decide what it is, because the term is ambiguous. We know what is sustainable development. This is when we carry out our activities, that we don't take away the future and resources from the next generation. Everyone knows what is public health, yet what is sustainable health of the community, this is uncertainty. We looked into the international resources and we found that there is no an ambiguity, yet people believe sustainable health is about responsibility of people for their lives. This is about proper nutrition, healthy lifestyle, physical activity, resilience to stress, balance of work and private life. Can people organize such an environment where they can practice such sustainable health? And here we are helped by local governments who provide for the infrastructure which helps people to be healthy physically and mentally. For example, this is about parks and bicycle tracks, vaccination points, appropriate healthcare system and medical institutions, and now also about online services. You can imagine how much nerves and time can we save as we pay our bills for gas from a computer and or telephone instead of queuing in the bank to do the same. Why do we raise that topic? First of all, we have COVID-19 pandemic, and this pandemic forced every person, every representative of the government, both central and local, every business, to think how we can confront that. The stronger is the health of a person, the higher is sustainability and resilience towards the disease. We thought whether sports would help to fight against that disease, or what is the condition of our immunity. Secondly, a large city is always a big rhythm, fast rhythm. Everybody is in the rush. We all can hardly find time for lunch or sports. We're stressed in the subway when people get closer to us, or in the traffic when it takes us 2 hours to get to the office. Therefore, we speak comprehensively what sustainable health is about. We can ask from representatives of Kyiv City State Administration what is sustainable health to them, what is a priority way of development of infrastructure and other projects that they see. We can discuss international experience of other cities in building the infrastructure connected to health of citizens. And we shall also discuss what is healthy cities and what is the stress, how to confront it, what sports grounds are open, and how COVID accelerated online services expected by the public. Now I will give the floor to the first speaker, Madam Olena, Deputy Head of Kyiv City State Administration for Self-Governance Authority. So we all love our city. We are all happy about new projects. We all fight for parks, and we are all clients of medical institutions. Quite rarely we think what a great job you do every day for comfort of Kyivites. So the question is simple: what are the priority ways of development of the infrastructure which supports strengthening of health, mental and physical health of Kyivites. Maybe some projects have been carried out and you would like to underline them. Thank you. You're right that health, sustainable health, is first of all our responsibility of each of us. Saying that today we have no opportunity to be involved in physical culture or have healthy lifestyle would not be true. I like the words of Mr. Thomas Bach, president of the World Olympic Committee. Coronavirus requires physical activity and sports. I cannot design this. Everybody turned towards physical activity. They look, what is the impact of physical activity of human health? 34% of Kyivites believe the priority is healthcare. This is not just about medical services. And they put to the first place a priority of the health, not the community utility services, not the transportation and roads. It's actually health. What health is for us? Indeed, those are medical services inter alia, and also we have to focus that we need to make prevention. For that, we need to build bicycle tracks, sporting grounds. We need to build parks and squares for people to go there and go for sports. Today, there is experience of such sporting grounds. Yevgen, within the program Healthy Ukraine, restored sporting grounds. A lot of work was done to motivate people to go for physical culture and sport, to have healthy lifestyles. The celebrities made videos and demonstrated exercise that every person going to the park can do such exercise. What should we focus our attention at? Responsibility. We can watch, we can manage to do everything if we have time and we have inspiration. The main thing is that people intentionally should be involved in physical culture. I think of my condition, my health, my energy depends on myself. To do preventive medical examinations. Today it is possible to get an appointment with a family doctor to do a small checkup, body weight, blood test, blood pressure. This can be examined and to find out what is a health condition and what deserves attention. It's important that on the early stage one can watch manifestations of the organism. 21% over 60 have the age over 60 in our country, 21%. Also, I would like to focus on the young generation. 90% of children of preschool age require medical care. 90%. That's a huge number. It's necessary that children are involved in physical activity. Nowadays we have the program, the President Time of Motion at school, and still I would like to focus of us, the adults, that we, first of all, set an example. If the father and mother say one has to be physically active, and they themselves just playing on telephones, this doesn't work. We have to go out playing with children, we have to be physically active together with them. We have to implement that system and to focus great attention on it. This is not just the emotion when we discuss, and I am telling you the basic things, yet it is proven. If we are involved in physical activity, this would substantially reduce the risk of development of cardiovascular diseases, diabetes mellitus second type. If 35 minutes we're involved in sports, focus our attention, and this prevents new episodes of depression. And now coronavirus syndrome, it comes to the first place. As we said before, stress goes with us. And those are effective things. We can focus our attention at what is necessary for that. We need information policy when we tell that to be healthy, to have healthy lifestyles, this is not that difficult as it looks at a glance. I spoke to the driver and he told me, well, his lifestyle is boring, is not really tasty. When we arrived, he said, well, I will give it a shot. We must say it's simple, it's good, and everybody can do it. Indeed, sports must be available to all groups of the population. And for that, the place is organized in the parks. We have organization sports for everybody in Desnyansky district on Saturday. Every Saturday they have classes, everybody can join. We involve the volunteers during the Olympics. In 2 parks, we had fan zones for children, as they could communicate with athletes to do masterclass. So first of all, we have to explain that everybody can do that, and the responsibility is about medical examinations have been discussed, and I would like to focus on nutrition. We need to bring up the culture of nutrition. This is a great contribution into one's health. Basic things generate 100% results. It makes it possible to be energetic, to be on the motion. A healthy person, a happy person is happy when they smile, when they are liked by themselves, and healthy lifestyle leads to that. As a government, we should do our best to join our efforts to enable people to be healthy and to unite on every aspect, that people have motivation and willingness to live the longer lives, to live better lives, and to take care about our place, to smile, to be healthy, and to be happy. Thank you for this presentation. For me as a representative of the pharmaceutical sector, I would like to thank that you have underlined such a topic as diagnostics, continuous checkups as responsible business. We speak of it. We request that people don't treat themselves. Healthy lifestyles is good, and yet there are troubles when we have to visit the doctor. It's important when the trouble takes place to be responsible, not to administer antibiotics for oneself, and one has to check blood pressure, blood test. That prevention is very important. Those are simple things. We believe that almighty medicine will help us when the time comes. Yet the healthcare can be just prevention, and we can take our time, we can enjoy. We can see how the city changes. There is more social space, more space for sports. I will not speak on behalf of all Kyivites. I believe this is general opinion. Shall we move to the second speaker? Very interesting speaker, Mr. Chairman, Mayor of Chisinau. It's interesting for us to hear the experience of other cities, other capital cities, our neighbors. And therefore, our questions are logical. How do you develop infrastructure which helps your city residents to be healthy, mentally and physically? Maybe you can tell, and there is an interesting investment project to strengthen the system of healthcare, even on the local and central level. Interesting to hear if the COVID changed the focus of work of the city in that direction. I would like to welcome you. I'm happy to be in Kyiv. I really love this city. When I visited, I'm concerned because last time it was 1.5 years ago when we met Mr. Klitschko, and immediately the pandemic came. We walked around, and I'm confident that tomorrow we shall have some time, and I'm happy that city infrastructure, the public environment, the city becomes more and more comfortable for the residents, and we say of where we can people can go out, where people can stay, the capabilities of the alternative transport, which keeps developing. I'm happy about it as a mayor. I would like to say that 1.5 years ago, when we met, we discussed everything for 3 hours. He said, well, we did that thing and we did this. This was followed by the pandemic. Nobody knows what to do, how to behave, where to look. Everybody was scared which was fine, starting from the doctors, ending with local administrations. It happened that we had, in Chisinau, we had it in March, in May. Everybody was trying to save the resources, not to invest and keep the money available. In addition to healthcare crisis, there could be a crisis, economic crisis, and the money should be kept somewhere in some definite place and not to spend it. Yet we have revised that paradigm, and we have undertaken the responsibility to make the largest investment for the last 30 years in the public spaces of Chisinau. I can say honestly, for those who have visited Chisinau recently or those who can visit Chisinau, a substantial difference which took place. We have invested into most of the parks, public places.
For people to have opportunity, not only sit at home as they were forced to move outside to communicate outdoors, and this drove a lot of people to those public places. We of course build it up, necessary sport infrastructure, beach stadium, volleyball stadiums, basketball, running courses, bicycle trails. Today, this is main place of gathering for Chisinau citizens. If yesterday it was some dark lighted places, uninteresting for everyone, so now we have tens of public parks, and we put there more investments than in the last 30 years and for the last year, and we won. And the same thing, when the person was supposed to stay at home, we thought about investment into the very proximate areas of people where they live. So the priorities were children playgrounds, sport playgrounds in at the yards of the buildings. Maybe it's not a surprise for. It's not something unusual for people from London or Paris, but for us it was something new. And I'm very glad that a lot of such projects have been implemented, and they are creating comfortable environment for our citizens. Another sphere where we were very active is education, and we closely cooperated with the sports federation, judo, football, tennis. We started to rebuild the old sport infrastructures at schools, because from Soviet times it was neglected and depleted stadiums. And I'm very glad that Sports Federation joined that movement, and they helped us to create specialized classes which people want to attend, and with regards to the alternative transport, maybe you know that previously Chisinau 2 years ago it had difficulties. It was a difficult city for moving on bike, on electric scooter, and until now they are still legally haven't been recognized as the means of transportation. But we're doing more and more in order to encourage people to live, not to move in private cars, because they are polluting environment of the city. And one of the biggest achievements, yes, I'm proud of that, and let me boast of it. We doubled the number of public transport vehicles in the city. Now we are improving the mobility plan and city development master plan. We are revising our city general plan, and the priority will be given to the public transport routes and building alternative transport routes. Yes, maybe these things are not are something obvious for our colleagues from Western Europe, but for those colleagues who from the post-Soviet Union countries, they will feel the urgency of those needs. And one more time, I'm very glad for inviting us, because we all tired of Zoom meetings, yes, because it's great to be present physically on such an event. In Chisinau, by the way, we developed a very comprehensive online educational program. More than 6,000 classes had been recorded for children. A lot of interactive tasks had been prepared, but when you see the joy of children when who are coming to the school classes physically, nothing can compare to that. And another thing that we're always discussing, it's people are eager to participate in public events. We have a lot of events planned in Chisinau. For example, Oken Elze will be giving concert in Chisinau this fall, and so I'm glad that we still work on those events, and of course we have not to forget about the educational process, and priority should be vaccination of health workers, and yes, and I think the same. Maybe I can say that 80% of our health workers had been vaccinated already. Yes, I know Kyiv also having issues of having everyone vaccinated, and now our next priority for vaccination were personnel of schools and educational institutions, and by now we can say we vaccinated more than 90% of educational workers, and children can safely attend schools and universities. And I wish all the best to Kyiv in its development. Thank you very much for very comprehensive picture of your activities. I've been in Chisinau 2.5 years ago, but I believe you motivated us to visit Chisinau again and have a look at the city. And we will leave questions to the speakers for the end of the panel. And our next speaker, Ms. Fabienne Herzl, Director of the fabulous U-Born from Stuttgart, professor in ABK. Ms. Fabienne, greetings. I spoke to you previously. It's your first time of being in Kyiv. I would like to hear about your concept of healthy cities. And another question is, do you know any examples of ideal healthy cities in the world? Maybe you had not much time to get to know Kyiv, but maybe you can tell about your first impressions about taking into account golden standard of healthy city, where Kyiv stands. Please, your floor is yours.
Thank you. So thank you for the invitation. Thanks for being here. I have no blueprint for healthy cities, and as you said, it's my first time here, so I cannot really say a lot now about how Kyiv should develop. I think this would not be appropriate, but I observed that there is a lot of traffic when I came here. So this is as also my neighbor, the mayor, has said. I brought some images, and my aim will be to bring in a bit of a global perspective, because I'm quite often in events like that lately, not much in person, but more in Zoom, unfortunately. But we tend to have a little bit of a one-dimensional picture. I'm I'm Western European, obviously, half Swiss, half German, but I brought you some diagrams here. And I think if we talk about healthy cities or cities in general, we have probably a bit to understand urbanization rates and urban growth and where things are really happening on this planet. And I think you easily see on these diagrams that when we talk about urban challenges of the future, this is Asia also, but it's mostly in Africa. And this will most of you surprise, yeah? That if we talk about the urban challenges of the future, we have to look on the African continent. And this is also, I don't know whether it's cutting, no, I think you see it where the arrows are going. And if you look on the African continent, how steep the arrow is. And if you look on Europe, I think we're already settled and we can go more into a transformation process. And I think that's super important if we talk about healthy cities. What are you actually talking about? So I don't like these terms, but we talk about emerging economies, developed economies, and developing economies. I hate that term, developing economies. I'm specializing in Africa, I'm specializing in so-called slums, but this is what we use, developing economies. And if we talk about innovation, and I think that's one of the topics of this forum, I would say maybe, and this might be another surprise, the biggest potential maybe for innovation lies exactly in those countries where we think they are backward, because we can learn a lot from them. Often they are more advanced than we are actually, and there is a lot of place for innovation. So this is a map showing the share of people living in urban areas. So if you look at Europe, where we sit right now, the world is urbanized. And again, the urban challenge of the future will happen on the African continent. And I hear a lot of saying, the other speakers here, healthy cities, but what is the city and where are people really living? They're not living in the biggest cities of the country. Most people live in small cities, right? And so if we talk about the city of today, and I like this diagram by Cedric Price a lot, I would like to draw your attention to the scrambled egg, because this is the city we have, right? There is no clear end and beginning of the city. So it's that scrambled egg condition, and that's an image I brought you from Switzerland, where I also grew up and where I partly live. And that's what we deal with, right? With vast extension, vast infrastructure, a lot of time where people, for instance, commute to, a spread of where you live and where you go to work, etc. That's the city. And not what we might have in mind. That's an image from Sao Paulo, where I also lived 3 years, working in the slum upgrading program of the city. That's the scrambled egg of Brazil, of Sao Paulo. We talk about 20 million people. And again, what I showed you now is not really what we talk about when we talk about the urban challenge. This will happen in Africa again. This is a bit of a dramatic map, but you see the big bubbles. And most of us don't have the African continent really, I think, in their perspective. So what I would like to bring to you is that we live in a deeply divided world, and unfortunately, COVID-19 has increased that gap. I mean, I really feel ashamed. I'm coming from Germany, you know, people are vaccinated. Those who are not, it's because they don't want to be, yeah? But on the African continent, we have 1 to 2% who are vaccinated. It's a shame for the human family and for the global family. So if we want really to advance, let's say, as a whole, we have to bridge that gap. Same goes, of course, for climate change, which is related to health, by the way. So if you look at Burundi, and this is why I brought this example to you, it's 30 kilograms emission, and we have like 11 tons. And I include myself here, just that you don't get a wrong idea. However, if you talk about planning visions and how to tackle the urban challenge and what comes with it, health issues, etc., I think there are different approaches, and this is what will be my second message. There is no blueprint, but there are different approaches, but these approaches depend on the situation where a city is. There's this classic sort of urban planning, the master planning, but there is also the strategic planning, that you have a strategic, precise intervention that has an impact on a larger territory. And I also think we have to go beyond the political boundaries. I'm glad that we have here mayors on the stage, because the challenge does not end at the political boundary of where the city is. This is why I brought you these images. You know, we talk about the planet, we talk about regions, and I know this is difficult in reality to achieve. However, I would conclude my presentation, my time is running up anyway. I brought you 3 examples. One is from Sao Paulo, Brazil, South America, where I believe the topic is transformation and consolidation, right? It's not about building new cities, doing new master plans, but it's working with the existing, and a large part of the population lives indeed in what we call favelas, and this is a huge health issue. It has to do with vaccination, all the topics that have been touched by the 2 people talking before me. Lagos, Nigeria is again a whole other issue. It's West Africa, right? This is also the scrambled egg then of Lagos, however. Here we do not have a functional state, but it's amazing what people do, right? People jump in, and 60% of urban services are really done and brought by the people, and this diagram just shows this. If you see public, state, private sector, and civil society, you see in the civil society sector there are lots of bubbles, meaning that the civil society is really doing that work. So I'm running up, my time is running up, so I have to hurry up. I would like to show you that image, and I think this is a failed understanding of bringing healthy city or healthy development to a city like Lagos, because this is a blueprint developed in another part of the world and brought here and say, okay, this is the ideal city. I completely disagree. I do not believe that it works like that. Anyway, I would conclude with Amsterdam, the Netherlands. This is also where I came from yesterday. Here you can, of course, apply another logic. There you can apply the logic of the infrastructure. The city is the owner of the land, so you can have a whole other approach of developing a healthy city. And I think the Netherlands are a super interesting country to look at how urban planning can be done. Anyways, sorry, it was a lot and time is short, so thank you.
Thank you. It was perfect timing, by the way, and you managed to put so much into such a short presentation. So we are very thankful for that. And it was quick, but it was precise, and it was a lot of different insights that we got. And I think we will talk more during the Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Mr. Victor Matsishin, neurologist, head of the Health Center Ayurveda 192. Welcome, Victor, at our panel. And we initially spoke and previously about this, and when our speakers said health is about physical health and psychological health. Let's talk a little bit about psychological health, because here things may be will go a little bit more complicated. We know that stress is quite wide. It's a quite wide term, but people mention that stress is the illness of 21st century. And in US, there had been a survey conducted by University of Chapman. They asked Americans about how pandemic influenced on them, and more than 60% admitted it increased their levels of stress. 45% felt desperation, and that's quite sad answers. So my question is next. Do we see the same picture in Ukraine, or we are more resistant to stress because life in Ukraine is not that bright as in US? Can a person on its own fight against stress, and can city administration help the communities, members of the community, to feel less stress? Can the fact of living in the large city can be an additional factor of stress? Thank you very much. I'm very delighted to communicate at this level at our event. You ask very broad and extensive questions, but I will condense my answers to maybe a part of it. I want to admit that admit the need of comprehensive approach to the health of the person. You cannot separate mind from the physical body health. In my practice, I always explain to people that where the person should look for the true problem, because maybe the problem may have the physical material, physical body roots, and that's where you have to concentrate, and that's where sports and physical activities help a lot. And every person can understand for them personally the plan, what's should go next. There should be a certain systematic approach. When is the best time to do that activity? Yeah, for example, morning is the best, would be the best, because our body includes nervous system, and when we speak about psychological problems, they are mirroring a condition of your neurosystem. And very important aspect is nutrition, because nutrition, that what feeds our body and our nervous system, and things that we are asking about our psychological condition. For Ukraine, it's very usual case is when people cannot find proper ways of psychological relaxation. Yeah, if we take as an example communities and administration of the communities, where it's very important to look for the quality leisure, for supplying possibilities for quality leisure for people, and more than active person. Even when this person is at leisure, they are not able to of having access to the quality access and rehabilitation. And each person has to analyze how he is standing on that balance. And then this is where we should think about tools that can ensure a quality recreation. Today in medicine we see development of systems who quite elaborate on treating very distinct symptoms, but also I have patients who are coming with like lack of energy, lack of feeling of happiness, and here at that stage it's difficult to identify what's causing those feelings, those complaints from the patient. And here it's time to use methods and technologies that had been adopted from our past. For example,
in order to help with recreation, I suggest that people learn special technique of meditation. I would suggest a technique which is comfortable for me. This is transcendental meditation. World famous as one of the evidence-based methods to have deep, good rest. With the help of rest that people get, they can restore, and then going into active life, adequately perceive reality, responding to challenges. Today we have COVID-19, in previous years we had other challenges, and we don't know what will be tomorrow. We need to be prepared that the nervous system should be provided with the right resource. Accordingly, by perception of the challenge, it should be assessed adequately, and accordingly it must be used in order to respond to it. And this will help to maintain integrity of health, also integrity of the society, and indeed this can provide the feeling of happiness. Thank you very much indeed for the perfect timing. There was 1 second before the end of the presentation, and it seems to me, and I believe that is a sign for the audience, that you have rightfully disclosed the concept of sustainable health from every perspective and how it is integrated. Shall we move to the next? Shall we move to the next speaker? We spoke that it's obvious that everything is interlinked, yet there is understanding. If there is stress, one can go for sports. It will be easier when the day was hard. Then I can wear my sneakers and I can run if I can force myself to go out. Then it becomes easier. Speaking about stress, we can discuss the instruments of how to overcome the stress. I don't know the Kyivites in this room. If you are aware, on the exhibition, we have urban park for sports. It was implemented within the state program, and today we have CEO of National Expo Center, Mr. Mushkin. He will discuss more of this new location, why it was important for the government to create it, what are the target audiences, and what are the prospects of development. So, Yevgen, please have the floor. First of all, I would like to say a few words why it's on the exhibition center, so it's National Exhibition Center, why we developed sports infrastructure. Several years ago, in 2016, 2017, we approved the concept of development of the exhibition center, and we have responded to the question what this exhibition center is about, and we understood that this magnificent government institution should focus on some national objective. We believe the exhibition center should be involved, that Ukraine becomes a prosperous state. As we looked, why doesn't Ukraine prosper? We found that the response is inside of ourselves. We are the carriers of values which confront the progress. When we looked into the set of values, they are very specific. There are certain reasons why it happens like that. One of the values is healthy lifestyle. Ukrainians are irresponsible about their lives. We are used to, from Soviet times, that someone else has to plan our time, how we should spend, how should we go to sports, somebody should organize it for us. Therefore, during development of the concept, conventionally we divided territory into certain clusters. There is a cluster of exhibitions, leisure, education, and sports. The sports cluster is 22 acres of the territory. We began to develop it 4 years ago. Then we had the ice arena and the horse riding school, bicycle area. Bicycle riding area. There was an impulse when the government this year invested into the infrastructure. There was a program with great construction and healthy country with support of the presidential office where we have built the urban park. What is the urban park? This is a unique story because urban culture or street culture emerged in the world in different times. Every subculture has its own infrastructure. Skaters have received for themselves street ball in the backyards and so on. Ukrainians in Kharkiv decided to gather all that in one place, to combine all those urban cultures. Worldwide there are also examples, such a number of functions in one territory. This only emerged in Ukraine. And now the first experience in Kharkiv, and now in Ukraine, Kyiv, we have urban park, which is the largest in the country. I'm confident that this is one of the best urban parks of the world. What does it mean? This is also a site for street parkour and street workout area, as a site for pan football 1-to-1, street balls and basketball grounds, the greatest and the largest skate park for skaters and for rollers and for bike-mixers. All the territory of urban park is 4.5 acres. It's a huge territory which combines different programs for anyone. We have involved the civic organization of no barrier civic organization. They gave us advice to make it no barrier space. As I say, this is the most no barrier public space in the country. When we have opened that urban park for the first 3 days, it was visited by 17,000 people. This is one of the biggest, loveliest, liveliest places for sports in the country and the city. Why it was so live with no advertising? Because when we have developed that project, it was not just in the territory, just to place different sites. We have invited Big City Lab, which is involved in urban solutions for the cities, have involved also European urban experts, and have planned that as a town. It was organically planned. Also, we have involved the right people. Those who use it, we developed that, not just in the office. When someone did it, we have involved the people. It was called participation. People already were involved at the stage of development. So when we open it, it immediately began to work. Important story. Olena mentioned in the beginning that we have to go for sports and we should have to show example to others. Not just example. There is a term, edutainment, when we combine education, entertainment, so that it's interesting to do that. It's the same idea here. The people forgot to go for sports. It must be interesting. It was made nice. It involves, and we simply go to play and then just forget. Then you don't even notice when you get involved. This is also promoted. This is one of the parts of how we can make sports sustainable. How the energy of people through interest will feed such projects. Indeed, it's interesting. A very good case that you quite many things are just built to fulfill the plan. Indeed, once those whom you built it for is involved, it's a totally different sense. Thank you. We shall go for the last but not the least speaker, and yet he is important, and we shall discuss the interesting topic. It's not for Kyiv, and yet Kyiv is most digitalized and progressive city was first to use that service. We shall speak to Anton Ovrinsky, Executive Director of Medicines 24, online trading in medicines and delivery. Anton, hello. I welcome everyone. We're happy to see you. Thank you for joining us. In the beginning, we said that sustainable health is quite many factors. It's good when we don't get sick, but what if we do? We need drugs. A service for drugs delivery online trading was not in place. There was no legislation. Yet COVID strongly pushed that idea forward. First, during the quarantine, they have allowed the online trade in medicines. Now, at the level of the law, it was approved. It's a surprise because such a practice in the West was quite common. And we had a demand for delivery of drugs into remote villages with no drugstores, for limited mobility people, for people who are sick at home, not in the hospital. Yet during COVID, it became obvious that people have to stay at home and get their drugs in some way. Those who did not get sick have to withstand from visiting the drugstores where they can get infected. Anton, could you please tell me if COVID has proven the need to develop online trading in drugs? Do you plan to expand the largest number of cities or in Ukraine or abroad of your campaign? Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers of this event for this opportunity to speak, for the ability to share the experience to say a few words about the direction we are involved. I would like to thank for the introduction indeed COVID, and even before COVID, it has pushed also such the problems are for every person, both in Ukraine and worldwide. A very strong difference in prices for the same drugs in the drugstore. In one drugstore, it can be 300 green across the road. It can be 200, a very big difference price-wise. Secondly, price difference for rural areas, especially in Kyiv, it's high throughout Ukraine, and this is for everybody. Can you hear me well? And the second one is availability. Quite many drugs quite many drugstores, and they don't keep it available, and therefore people visit different drugstores, and they look for it, and they queue up, and they cannot provide themselves with what they need. This is true about large cities. In smaller villages, the range of goods is very limited, and there are no necessary things. And the pandemic has underlined the third problem: no convenient, fast delivery. We felt all that even before pandemic. Accordingly, when we started the service, it was 4 years ago, we began to solve those issues, and today the point of our service was that we give two opportunities. First, they order everything necessary. Our couriers look in different drugs, where the drugs are available, where the price is better, and buy from different drugstores and deliver to the client, whether they're in Kyiv or in any other city of Ukraine. That's delivery. As a result, the client gets everything on a good price, everything is available, and also convenient delivery. Or secondly, you can grab from the drugstore. You can see on the map all the available drugstores and resolves in the drugstore where there is everything necessary available, and they just go for it and grab it. What the pandemic has demonstrated, both options are super important, really necessary for the client. In the first option, the clients of delivery save 20 to 30% of the value of the cost. They don't have to look for it, and this helps them to substantially save. Secondly, to reduce the risk of facing the danger. On the next slide, we have 700,000 clients in the regular of individuals. We operate in 1,000 cities. 2 to 3 billion people is monthly coming to our service, using the services of Drugs24. And we have grown by different indicators from 3 to 6 times, even 6 to 8 times. There was a lot of investment. We launched Poland and Romania. Most important is, yes, we are growing, but most important in that process is that business makes those things which are socially important for people. I quote an example of projects that we launched in 2020. Is a month of May, together with Ukrainian Post. We received a lot of requests from the regions, and we have launched free delivery into any region of Ukraine, any village of drugs at the best prices, and with no payment for delivery. Accordingly, any grandmother, anybody who lived in any place of Ukraine could order, and we shall find it at a good price in the drugstore. We shall collect this and deliver free of charge into every region. That project was recognized by Financial Times. It wrote of this project as one of the top 10 influential projects in Europe on fighting against coronavirus. This is one of the examples of how business could make socially important things in what they do. Also now we make, with all the drugstores of the city of Kyiv, we deliver free of charge the drugs to hospitals of the city, to the patients in the hospitals. Accordingly, you know that the cost, the price in the drugstores inside the hospital is higher than one can find through the city. Accordingly, by using such a service plus free delivery, in hospitals they save about 50% of the cost of drugs. Also, we went further. We launched in the beginning of this year the project for laboratories. It makes it possible for those people. It was our personal problem when we had coronavirus with our family. We had the willingness not to go, not to create danger for other people, just to call the nurse home to pass the test. There was no such an opportunity, or it was way too expensive. We have launched the project, and now you can call the nurse free of charge. She will come and take the sample. One can choose the lab, to choose the cheaper lab for that test, and there is real savings for people up to 50%. Those are the examples of how business can make social important projects, even in such difficult periods of pandemic. I wish you good health, not to be sick, and I also wish you to think that you think of how we can influence by doing our activity, how we can influence the community, and how we can improve the lives of others. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Anton, for such a convenient service and for promoting Ukrainian achievements abroad. If in Romania and Poland they apply such an application, this is probably successful. Dear colleagues, there won't be Q&A. We raised important topics, and we have discussed very comprehensively what is sustainable health, what the city can do, what the government can do, if we speak of the government projects, what the doctors can do and advise to us. And the main thing is the change, that every person is responsible for his or her health. The infrastructure is developed, and those who want to involve in sport can do it free of charge. Those who get involved in spend more time outdoors can also afford that in Kyiv. So the main thing is, shall we take care of one's psychological condition, not to forget that it is very important not only to work, also to take rest. We hear this from the reputable doctor. Therefore, next time, if the boss will give some assignment for you on the weekend, you can refer to him. We should not forget that in addition to the sustainable health, there is our personal responsibility before our body to pass on time the medical examination, the test or checkups, just to test the blood pressure, to test the blood, to take your parents, to check the eyesight. And this is what will make a great contribution into sustainability of our health. If every citizen is healthy, we shall also have collective immunity, healthy society. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank the speakers. It was extremely interesting, at least for me. I would like to thank those who have arrived. That's very valuable in our COVID times. And we shall complete our panel.
Дякуємо спікерам панельної дискусії.
А ми продовжуємо нашу роботу у експозоні. Пане Денисе, власне, що сьогодні ви презентуєте на нашій експозоні?
Сьогодні на експозоні «Точки розвитку» ми презентуємо суперкруту концепцію розвитку, яка спирається на метафору Платона, який більше 2000 років. Ми граємо в гру за мотивами печери Платона.
Розкажіть, будь ласка, докладніше про цю гру. Я трошки споглядала, але не все зрозуміло. Розкажіть, будь ласка.
Ця гра дозволяє зануритися 5 учасникам в печеру Платона і зрозуміти на своєму досвіді власному проходження цієї печери, а що таке людське мислення, а що таке людське суспільство, як воно розвивається, з яких рольових моделей можна на це подивитися і дати собі відповідь на питання, а який сенс в цьому розвитку, чому він такий дискомфортний для нас, чому ми можемо прожити все життя і не мислити, чому ми можемо за все життя так і не вибратися із своєї власної печери.
У вас сьогодні було багато таких груп з 5 осіб. Розкажіть про ВІП-групу. Я бачила їх в дії. Розкажіть, які ваші враження?
Помандрувати печерою Платона, і вони дуже відповідально до цього поставилися. І, мабуть, це була така найґрунтовніша група, незважаючи на їх вік. Ми мали класну дискусію, і вони дуже приємно здивували один одного новими обговореннями цього твору, які вони не бачили навіть коли вони вивчали його в університеті.
Основні тенденції. Дуже вам дякую.
А також фактори успіху.
Success factors and ways of improving effectiveness. If we want to quote Elon Musk, you either can observe the transformation or be a part of the transformation, and each person decides where he wants to be. I'm very delighted to invite our speakers at Ksenia Tchaikovska, CMO of Atlas Weekend. Ksenia, we're very glad to welcome Ksenia. Yuri Kovrizhin, chef, gastro diplomat, ambassador of Ukrainian cuisine. Yuri, we are glad to see you here. Dominic Strobel, General Manager of Hyatt Regency Kyiv. Taras Topola, the leader of Anti-Tilak Group, Vice President of the author of organization UACRR NGO. Greetings, Taras. Chang Su, founder of DMT Bros, a global brands expert. He's online with us from Milan. And Katerina Mikhailovich, Director of Distribution and Business Development of Northeast and Turkey Discovery Incorporated. Katerina is online, joining us online from Wayne. From Vienna, and we will have a video message from one of Miss Katerina and 7th. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to be present. And let's talk about what can be done for creative transformation of the city and what challenges we see now in nearest future. Before we start discussion, a couple of words how we will organize our event. We have 1.5 hours. Our speakers will deliver their visions, and then we will have discussion on the challenges and what is awaiting for us in future. And I hope we will have time for Q&A session. Let's start. And my first question to Jung-Soo. And of course, every city has its own identity, and creating positive image based on their unique DNA creates attractiveness to the city, both globally and locally. Looking at your experience of cooperation with most successful world brands, what is the role of the city's image in bringing talents to the city, bringing investments? How Kyiv is good in it?
My name is Jung-Soo. First of all, I would like to thank you for all to you to give this opportunity to share my thoughts and participate in this investment forum. Before I speak about branding or how to brand a city, I think actually I would like to give you a little background about myself. I'm Korean American who was born in Seoul, Korea, and grew up in Tokyo, London, New York. I grew up as a third culture kid in a globalized world and ended up living in New York last 15 years. So I've learned a lot of things through how different cultures shape different learning styles, and it still affects my professional developments, how to communicate with the international brands and understand their needs from different markets. So how to brand a city? Speaking of city branding, it is very similar to most mainstream marketing campaigns. Branding a trademark or rebranding a city requires plenty of thoughts and consideration. Unfortunately, many cities that attempt to rebrand do not carry out sufficient due diligence and research. According to Forbes, more than 80% campaigns fail because it becomes just a government brand, something for the international market, with no reflection of the local community or local economy and no understanding of the process as a whole. Each city needs a brand identity that can represent it properly. The city branding should be oriented towards the future direction of the city with a long-term vision, and it should be directed as its own citizens rather than at visitors' ones. Paris is actually considered city of love, while Hong Kong is famous for trade. What is Kyiv best known for? When branding a city, it's almost impossible to encapsulate a city's brand with a single word, but it's so important to identify who we are and develop regional characteristics. So since I'm from New York, I will not spend a lot of time to talk about New York because everyone knows what it is. I love New York, and it's the largest branded city. I would like to discuss about some other cities and to be more realistic and tailored to Kyiv. So one of the best examples, Glasgow. Under the slogan, "People make Glasgow," it created 10,000 jobs and attract multi-hundred million pounds of investment in the local economy just over a few years after they launched. Since 2011, over 16 billion pounds capital has invested. Those behind the rebranding campaign said, the people of Glasgow are the best in the heart of the brand. We have created something which presents a truly distinctive identity for the city and so behalf of Glasgow. The slogan combines with the key ideas to form different messages, such as people make Glasgow home, there's people make Glasgow creative, people make Glasgow greener, and it absolutely fitting that the city is putting a citizen front and center with a new brand. And another great example comes from Porto in Portugal. The brief for the creative team was bring the city and city hall together. During the process, designers came up with this branding initiative that consists of many easily recognizable parts based on Porto's unique blue tiles. Porto is benefiting from increasingly competitive and business-friendly environment due to good city hall governance aiming to make Porto a global city. Porto has recently hailed as the third fastest growing European tech hub and the best startup-friendly city of Europe. As you guys can see from the example of Glasgow and Porto, it is possible to create popular, unique city brand. Avoiding confusion between commercial brands, touristic campaigns, and long-term city branding are important elements for this success. Clear goals and objectives, a modern yet timeless look, and a patient research success process are important elements of this. So what is missing in Kyiv? Personally, I couldn't make it, but I would love to actually make it next time. The first challenge is the city needs a visual system, a visual identity that could organize and simplify communication with the citizens and visitors who need to represent Kyiv. As a global city, the city for everyone. It's just not more than logo. A city brand should create or at least represent a city's soul of Kyiv. Kyiv also needs visionary leaders, ambassadors, someone who can bring the community together. So, as a big-time football fan, Andriy Shevchenko can be a huge influencer who can really contribute and say a lot of important public messages to the international and local communities because he was one of the best football players at the international level. Another great example, Shevchenko's former teammate from AC Milan, George Weah, became a president of Liberia. Nobody knew about his country, but people got to know about his country because of him. Shevchenko is the most iconic figure, and if he announced small messages for the campaign, at least a lot of global fans could recognize him in his beloved city, Kyiv. The mayor, Klitschko brothers, Vitaly and Vladimir, also can be a great example to be a city leader since they are the most legendary boxers and most known Ukrainian people in the international community. Everyone knows them and everyone likes them. Their lives are a prime example of social integration via sports and represent Kyiv and Ukrainian. Positioning yourself as an international location is a key. When a young person joins a business, if it's important, if it's international, and they can see international career path for themselves, they are 2 or 3 times more likely to stay in the city. So as investors, another great example is the UK's second city, Birmingham, has long pitched itself as an international city. They built the airport slogan as "Hello World," reflects its positioning as a global travel hub operating flights to Europe, Middle East, North America, Caribbean, most recently even Asia. A city's brand is the same as a company's brand. It's a promise of value. It's how it wants to represent itself to the world. I think Kyiv has a lot of potentials with great people, a long history of art and design, and great music. Kyiv is still price competitive compared to any other European cities with a very well-advanced IT industry behind. I wish I can visit Kyiv soon and explore more and be part of Ukraine now and Kyiv's future. Дякую.
Thank you so much, Hantu. Indeed, we look forward to welcome you. Thank you very much for your insights and your ideas. We hope to elaborate further later during our discussion. Як вже Чансу зазначив про важливу роль.
As Jung-Soo already mentioned about the role of the personalities, I want that we talk about events, because events bring in people and they also shape the image of the city, and they shape the city. Venetian Carnival, Burning Man Festival, Cannes Film Festival, they bring together people and become the visit card of the city. In our case, Atlas Weekend, that had been founded in 2015, became hugely popular event that is awaited by a lot of Kyiv citizens and by guests from all over the world. And my question to Ksenia Tchaikovsky, how Atlas Weekend changed Kyiv? Thank you for putting us in the same road with such large-scale events like Burning Man or Venice Carnival. This is very and in 6 years we grew from a 2-day community event from a 1-week all-European scale event. And this year the festival was held for 7 days, and we counted more than 600,000 visits. More than more than 500,000 of visits at the territory of the National Expo Center of Ukraine, which is the largest figure for the last 60 years of its existence. And with every year, our festival is trying not only to make a great music festival. We want to become a cultural cluster of Ukraine and even of Europe because of quarantine restrictions. We were the largest festival in Europe in 2021. And for us, it's very important to launch initiatives that start developing certain cultural clusters in Ukraine. We bring artists that open to Ukrainians certain European musical tastes, and they show what is now trending in Europe. Unfortunately, in 2021, we were not able to have a lot of such guests because of the restrictions. And Monster Instruments, Vancouver Sleep Clinics, they who are very popular now in Europe, we will try to bring them here, and we show to Ukrainians that not only Ukrainian music culture exists, but there are very cool music teams in Ukraine and very cool Ukrainian music teams, and Taras is our ambassador. He's with us at this panel, and for us it's very important that we have such cooperation. Also, we try to develop a lot of social initiatives. We have free tickets for people with disabilities. We are the first in the world who did sign language subtitling of the events, and we've seen similar initiatives at other festivals in Europe, because this makes such events accessible to everyone. Because our festival is not about business, it's about emotion, about social dimension also. Prior to the pandemic, we had statistics that we had guests from more than 70 countries, and we had more than 2,000 foreign guests. Of course, this year this number of guests was lower, but we had tourists. We had tourists who specially came to this festival and lived in a small camping, and so we've created a small temporary town at 70 hectares. We had representatives of Ukrainian street food. We had collaboration with a lot of music brands, such like Gogol Fest, Just Koktebel. For our visitors, we are opening Ukraine and the cultural part of the Ukraine, and a lot of foreign artists who are coming for the festival, they admit that the level of festival is same to the other European events they're attending. And in 2019, when we were speakers at UMC conference, and we showed our after movie, and our speakers were impressed that you can do this scale of event in Ukraine with the effort of Ukrainian local subcontractors who and for Europe it was very European speakers, it was impressive. I think that festival can be a tourist anchor for the Ukraine and for Kyiv in particular. When guests from other countries come to see their favorite artist, for example, Sziget, that is organized in Budapest, and more than 50% of the visitors at Sziget are tourists, and that benefits such event benefits city a lot, because people coming for the to attend festival, and they also go around the city, some tourist attractions, restaurants, shops. They stay for some time there. They pay for accommodation, and this adds to the budget of the city. And I think that events and festival they should live not only their own separate life, but they should be part of the cultural code of Kyiv City. Thank you very much. And I think with the end of the pandemic, we will open these new possibilities from the tourist perspective, and we will be able to assess all those benefits that festival brings to city from that point of view. And of course, pandemic, it was a challenge, and you had to bring a lot of non-standard ideas on how to conduct these events. But as Churchill said, never allow for the crisis to leave you the same person. So as a festival organizers, we totally agree with Winston Churchill. And for us, crisis is an opportunity time, because in 2021, in year 20 and in year 21, we did a lot of projects. We had BTL Atlas agency, and we are now providing services to business customers. We built a separate location in Bukovel, which is functioning throughout the winter season because it's European. So when people go for skiing, and they can go attend festival, like have a drink, eat something. And this is European format of ski resort season. We made a series of summer festivals in Bukovel. We did online projects, Atlas Weekendland Days, which and we streamed at the barge in the middle of Dnipro. And now it's quite a popular practice when DJs go to the middle of the Dnipro River and make their parties with a large screen. During the crisis, you have to think what else can be done, where you can start moving, not to shut down, but to look for opportunities. And now they work in parallel with the festival itself. And last year, they enabled us to keep the team together and not to lose professionals who used to work with us. And that was of huge importance for us. And of course, we wish you all the best in your activities. And now I suggest that we move to topic of music, because music is an inherent part of the festival, every festival. I would like to pass the floor to Taras. Of course, in the process of creative transformation, artists, they are of huge importance. And of course, the artistic product should be properly protected. I'm representing business, and we are very concerned about the intellectual property rights, and we want to hear from you how protection of intellectual property rights can boost the investments. And thank you for invitation. If we will speak about this topic, we should talk about the proper remuneration of the authors for their for the airing their products. And in order to articulate the standing on the largest authors of Ukraine, I want to, we, creative industry of Ukraine, mentioned that we see a rise in violating the intellectual property rights of the authors and manipulation. We are entrepreneurs, like our Anti-Tila group and a lot of others groups. We are investors and ideologists of our creative projects, and we want to to have a reform of intellectual property rights, so everyone has clear access to the internationally recognized intellectual property protection tools, because observance of the laws, they can enable sustainable development of the creative economies, and they will increase the investment attractiveness of all of the country in general. And we, with regards to the law of the intellectual property rights owners, which was adopted in 2018, and we want for everyone to adhere to it in order to create fair rules on how this law is enforced. And the Department of the Economy was supposed to adopt a number of decisions on the criteria of how the respective intellectual property rights will be enforced, and unfortunately that regulations
It's not possible to say that accreditation procedures took place transparently. The right to collect funds in public performance, public notification was almost given to organizations, one of which was created just in 1 month before accreditation. Another one was controlled by those who take away the author's funds in the illegal bilateral agreements. Due to well-balanced response of Mr. Petrashko, the Minister for Economy, and Mr. Lyubchenko, that accreditation order was never signed. The competition and its results were not approved by the Minister in 2 spheres of collective administration, public performance, and public notification of music, non-drama pieces. Those fields of public administration are the key ones for the use of the assets of copyright and payment of royalty to authors and performers in the service industry, the so-called HoReCa. Therefore, gathering royalty is blocked. Users cannot make transparent payment royalty via organizations of collective management for the entire list of pieces that they are using. Authors of music and text cannot receive such an award. Everybody is suffering from it. Lack of the accredited organization of collective management in the above-mentioned spheres also causes actual violation of requirements of Article 168 of the Association Agreement between Ukraine on one hand in the European Union, European Community, and the member countries on the other hand. The parties recognize the need to sign agreements between their respectful organizations of collective management for the purpose of mutual securing of easier access and exchange of information between the territories, and to provide for mutual transfer of the author's reward for the use of copyright assets or other protected objects. Only member representative of Ukraine, which is Civic Association WASP, is Mr. Sizak. This is a confederation in the field of management of copyright. Only WASP, with available international treaties, has the right to license the global pieces in Ukraine, which are dozens of millions of pieces. With no invitation of this representative organization, no healthy climate cannot be discussed in the field of collective management to cure the royalty field, clean it from corruption and grey schemes, and to return the right to the authors to receive well-deserved reward. It's necessary to make 2 steps from the perspective of our organization. First, to unblock the field of collective management by approving the draft law 5572, which was drafted in the interest of Ukrainian and global authors and our international partners. It will unblock the sphere, will it make it possible to carry out the activity before the end of new accreditation procedure. The second step is to create a parliamentary working group and to start approval of the new version of the law on the authors' copyright and adjacent rights, intellectual property rights, and will protect the interests of the authors of Ukrainian world. 5572 bill will make the following things. It will unblock the work organization of collective management by giving to those of them which are part of the registry of organizations of collective management and having proper authority from Ukrainian authors and owners of IPR, international organizations, foreign organizations of collective management, to do voluntary management of collective rights of the authors in the field of musical pieces. It will liquidate negative consequences of previous competitions in the field of public notification and public performance of music non-dramatic pieces. This law will help to launch new transparent competitions and to elect accreditation representatives, those who represent the interests of the larger quality of right owners in that field, in line with international standards of organization of collective management, to provide for payment of reward to all owners of rights before the moment of electing new organizations of collective management, provide for fulfillment of international commitments of Ukraine about the copyright, especially foreign. The industry is ready to pay for the copyright. The representatives of the world media and HoReCa understand the importance of creative cluster. Also, the market depends on proper functioning of the system of collective management in the country. The government, in its turn, must provide for the principles. The functioning of that system should be based on, especially transparency of the procedure of definition that will collect, distribute and pay the author's reward. There must be a real representation of the organization of collective management in line with the requirements of the law. There must be presence of confidence of all market participants as the accredited organization. There must be an opportunity to create control of the activity of such organization, and the opportunity to carry one's position in the process of formation and approval of tariffs. The government must take into account the difficult condition of the economy caused by the epidemic COVID-19 and support the creative industry instead of giving the right to collectors who have nothing to do with creative industry to destroy the restaurant media business, to do the transparent competition, to elect the collective management organization which is up to requirements of the law. This is the main thing I wanted to say. And now I'm ready to the lyrics and open dialogue and also to have open discussion. Thank you to us. The creative industries are the huge driver of economic development. As I have mentioned before, the importance of transparency, trust, efficiency, those are the key things. They play a very important role in every process. Moving forward, so participants of the discussion can present their vision. I would like to move to the sphere which has suffered from the pandemic, and the crisis has affected the sphere of hospitality. Dominic, as a leader, with your professional team, has overcome the challenges of the pandemic in view of your experience and the prediction. What was the change of hospitality sphere, hotel business, due to the huge changes in the field of tourism? And what's the places occupied by innovation and security under the new safety and security in the new reality?
Yes, of course. Our industry, the same as with the airline companies, we struggled and we were hugely impacted by the pandemic. We went from over 80% occupancies to below 10 for many, many months. In the world, loads of countries shut down. No traveling was allowed for some of the countries. So it was a really tough time in 2020. For us in the Ukraine, we were very fortunate. I have to say I have a great team around me. We've been sitting down in March last year and we thought, what should we do as our hotel within the community and within Ukraine? We decided to actually keep open where our competition decided to close their hotels and been waiting until better times. We kept open and we gave a roof for people who actually, we had customers who couldn't go back to their countries they needed to go because of the pandemic. And we managed to go over 10% occupancy, 20% occupancy with customers. And this for the majority of the beginning of the year. I mean, it started in March and then I think it went all the way to June and then it came slowly back and back and back. Now 2021, and we had a discussion before, there are some markets now in the world who really boomed from the pandemic. Zanzibar, for example, was on a dying, it was dying for the last couple of years, and it became a destination so hot at the moment you can't get a hotel, you can't get an air, or the flight there is very, very expensive at the moment. Going to Mauritius, Maldives, and things like this, all the islands, destinations had a huge increase in travelers. And we have, also for us, 2021, it's phenomenal. We had one of the best summers since the opening of the hotel, and this is, of course, 30 years of independence celebration. We are now open to the market from the Middle East, what was very, very small in the beginning. But now, this year, it had an increase from, if I'm not mistaken, I hope you don't quote me on the number, I read from the airport, there's a 66% increase from the travelers from that direction. You can imagine what that will do to the economy within the country. And it's not only Kyiv, it's Bukavel, it's Lviv, it's Odessa. I just talked to one of my team members. He wanted to take 2 weeks off by the end of September, and he wants to go to Odessa. It's cheaper to fly to Egypt, full board, than 2 weeks in Odessa in a self-catering apartment. And this is just an example where you can say that Ukraine is really booming at the moment. I'm a foreigner since 2 years. I love this country. I don't want to go anymore. I told my company not to think about me for the next couple of years, not to move me anywhere else, because I really, really enjoy my time in Ukraine. Coming to the pandemic, and of course it has changed our industry incredibly. We have now, for example, a hygiene and well-being manager within the hotel. This has every Hyatt hotel. It has been developed with a company called CHIPAC. Is a certificate you will get from the US, and it's looking really after the hygiene of your hotel and the well-being of your customers, and of course for the well-being of your employees. We are now really stretched our employees to be really, you have to wear a mask most of the time during the day. You have to wear gloves, whatever we do at the moment we are in guest contact. My team is behind screens in the kitchen, for example. The front desk is now is covered, and you're talking through a glass like in a bank. So the well-being and the hygiene is the #1 change. Customers want keyless entrance to the hotel room. Everything needs to be electronic. We have no menus anymore. Everything is a QR code now. You scan it with your phone, so you don't have any more contact in regards to things like that. Funny enough, when the pandemic started, we decided to clean the room only at the 3rd day of the stay, just so we don't, we are not getting contaminated with a person who might have COVID or things like that. And we asked our customer if this option is okay for him, and 90% of our customers said, no, you continue like it is. I want you to clean my room as normal, because your people are protected. We have an apron, we have gloves, we have masks. We're fumigating the room now after departure of every guest, so it's completely 100% disinfected. Everything is wiped. I mean, we have to wipe the elevator buttons every 20 minutes and things like that. This is the change of our life, and this will not go away. We will work like this for the next couple of years, and things will stay behind the pandemic. It made us think differently. It made us act differently, but it also brought us closer together, because we never thought about well-being and mindfulness in the past. The well-being of my employees is the #1 priority for me. Yes, Hyatt has a culture. We care for people so they can be their best. For us, empathy plus action is care. So we really need to action what we're talking about, and we need to emphasize what our staff is going through, also what our customer needs are, and we need to look after their needs and adapt to their needs. We can't run the business like we did 2 years ago anymore. But we learned a lot out of it. We pushed forward, and I think with the results for this year, yes, we were lucky, I have to say that, but also we worked towards a very great result year to date, and I think it will continue. Yes, we're talking about the potential lockdown, but we are already so advanced that we already prepare ourselves for a future lockdown and what we're going to do and how we overcome that lockdown. And our industry will stay there for a long time because people like to travel.
Absolutely.
People can't wait to get to travel anymore. So it is really, we will be there for a long time. Yes, we are different. We will cater for your needs in a different way. But we are very positive and we are looking in a strong future. And the demand for us is already back. And I see other markets in the world who are also booming quite a lot.
Thank you so much, Dominic. Thank you very much. And of course, congratulations with great results. Great job to the entire team. And speaking about creative transformation, you've been in Kyiv like more than 2 years. What kind of trends do you observe and what are perspective? What do you think in terms of creative transformation in Kyiv particularly?
I think when I look at Kyiv as a city, I think and I met the mayor a couple of times. I mean, I lived in London before, I never saw the mayor in my life. So you have a really dynamic and connective mayor. He's really out there trying to really promote the city and is there for the citizens, from my perspective. I think the city is, living in London before, everybody thinks London is so great. Yes, it's great as a tourist. To live there is super expensive. It is not the safest city in the world. I believe Kyiv is way safer and far more inviting from a people perspective than going to London. It's a very trendy city. I had a visit from our culinary department from our company, and they come from Dubai, and Dubai is this mecca of new restaurants and trends and concepts for food and beverage. And I showed him around, and I brought him to the newly opened Kyiv food market, and he was like, "This is amazing. I love this." And you have now restaurants and concepts, food and beverage trends in the city, what can really hard compete against any major city in the world. I mean, you know this probably better than I do, but what I see as a foreigner living in the city, I love it. What is on offer? It's a green city. It's a safe city. You have scooters, electric scooters. You can go around. You have culture. It is amazing. The people are very friendly, very open. And this is what all counts actually to make this a destination for the future. But I think we need to work a little bit on the promotional part, as I think John said before, that we do a great campaign to make the city great again, not great again, even better.
Домінік, дуже дякую. От мені здається, Домінік так натурально, якраз природно до нас підвів до наступного спікера, до наступної тематики.
Naturally, this brought us to the next speaker, the next topic. What is the hospitality sphere? This is the mission of our next speaker. It's the key, having Kyiv gastronomy, and Yuri represents the World Association of Chefs and promotes Ukrainian cuisine abroad. I have a question to you. From your experience, what is the impact of gastro identity on the brand of the city? And what trends do you observe from the perspective of your very active international activity and the range of visits? What you would like to say, what are the trends that you observe? Really, I would like to begin my speech with the old movie, which is 20 years plus. It was called Red Heat with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Belushi. There was a phrase when Schwarzenegger says, "Well, I studied in the police school in Kyiv." And Belushi says, "Well, this is Chicken Kyiv. I had it on my sister's wedding." When I travel the world, meet the foreigners, everything they know, not only about Kyiv, also Ukrainian cuisine in general. This is not a borscht, this is Chicken Kyiv. And personally, to me, it's a surprise why Kyiv does not use that brand, which exists not thanks to, which exists against. Nobody supports it. It's just carried by the knowledge. It's cooked in thousands of restaurants. It's promoted by American, Australian, French chefs. And Chicken Kyiv brand lives, exists, and when they raise documents, it's very controversial, same like borscht. Several countries pretend for its authenticity. Of course, the roots go to France. And yet, in this world, shall we be honest, in many cuisines of the world, quite many things was borrowed from another place. We have to accept that. We must understand that Italian pasta, which is in Italy, and pasta is a brand of Italy, it came from Arabs via Sicily in the 9th century. Same as the hard varieties of wheat came to Italy together with Arabs. All the closed products with dough came to China. The dumplings came from China together with Mongols when the territory of Kiev and Rus was conquered by them. The same with Chicken Kyiv. It is rooted in France, and even the first memories about Chicken Kyiv happened in 1918 during the rule of Chieftain Skoropadsky on Continental Hotel in the former. It was the territory of the modern-day Independence Square. They served this food, Chicken Kyiv. Therefore, Kyiv has its culinary brand in the form of the food. Me as chef, I propose to develop it and invest into it. Now we can try to invent some new food, trying to build the image of the city on it. However, immediately I have a question: why to invent the wheel if we have the real Harley Davidson which travels the world? As a representative of slow food, as a person who admires it, promotes it, and supports it, traveling, again, by traveling through the globe, I can see the following trends. The first one: who would know of such a place as Parma if there were no prosciutto di Parma? Who would go there as a tourist? Nobody. Who would go to the city of Brie if there were no cheese? Those are totally small towns nobody would know about. Yet they have the main thing. They have the product. And culinary identity is not just about food. Culinary identity, this is also about product, which is developed in that city. Kyiv is lucky because, for example, Kyiv has a so-called dry Kyiv jam. And this is absolutely incredible. And this is a dessert, and also this is an ingredient which can be used for confectionery. Memories about that ingredient reach 14th century. In the Lithuanian Chronicle, on the wedding of Prince Jogaila, they served that dessert in Kyiv as dried fruits. Dry Kyiv jam articles which are prepared dry. They go through the century, more than 7 centuries. It is known, and for how long was it cooked before? This is what. This is just incredible. So we have an opportunity to use that. Regretfully, nobody focused attention on culinary until recently. Now there is a boom. There are shows. The guys go on TV. They do something. Sometimes one cannot eat that, but the picture is nice. With that, we have culinary boom, and this promotes food. And this helps to promote the city and the country via food, via culinary phenomena and culinary identities, what other cities don't have. I came from Vinnytsia region. To me, it was discovery. Vinnytsia-based matzek as a product I knew for a while. That matzek is very tasty. It can compete with prosciutto di Parma or by its organoleptic features. And this is a product which is filed for culinary heritage and protection as identity. So Rivne has its own product. Kyiv is dry jam, we can use it. I have parallels immediately. And for me, I found a funny food because the name is interesting. Please don't laugh. It is called buricha. This is a unique food because one can find 3 protein products. The dietologists will be angry with me. This is a soup. At the same time, they have their chicken, carp, and white mushrooms. It sounds interesting. It sounds interesting, and also it's tasty. When you hear the name, I witnessed when the foreigners were trying to translate from the word buricha, and this was quite funny. When you have that food, you try it, and you understand that this is really tasty, it smells good, and you could never thought of it, that you can mix chicken and fish in one soup, and as well as mushrooms. And yet, if we travel the world, we shall see in Italy, we can go to Torino, and we can find vitello tonato, boiled veal with sauce of white wine and tuna fish. A trend when the sea meets the earth. This is quite popular worldwide. Ukraine is one of the countries which has mountains and sea and fresh water. And this is important because we have a great variety of products that we don't use for some reason. Now there is a great fashion of sea food and also freshwater fish. If it's a wild fish, Carpathian trout, which can be one of the brands. When I traveled, I went to Slovenia, and for the first time I tried the wild highland trout. There is nothing more tasty out of the fish. And this was a revelation to me. As a tourism in Carpathians, please travel to Carpathians, please have a fishing rod, try to catch the trout, which is simply jumping on the mountain rivers, and you can hardly catch it. It's good if you can catch 3 or 4 of them during the day. Kyiv was famous before the revolution of 1917 with its fish food. What do we have now? Nowadays, we have several foods inherited from Soviet heritage, from the book about tasty cuisine, some pike perch, Kyiv. Why those recipes that existed before the revolution for the Dnieper fish, which fed the city, did not preserve? We can study that and we can research it. I am against creating artificial things that did not have never existed in the history. I am in favor of having something historical and developing it, giving it sense. Thank you very much indeed. Just ideal timing. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for this tasty presentation.
I think next time we will add part degustation to our event. And I think organizers will support us in this idea. Colleagues, I would like to suggest moving forward, and we pass the floor. We talk about another trend, digital transformation that influencing all parts of our life. We drastically change the way people communicate, how we talk to the authorities. And our next speaker is from Discovery Media Company. And media company are participating in innovations a lot and adding virtual reality, augmented reality, live motion, streaming services. I would like to ask Katerina if she can share about the current trends in media industry, what we should expect in the nearest future, and what we can use for creative transformation of Kyiv City.
Thank you. To talk a little bit more about what happened during the pandemic, how we produce content,
what changed in consumer expectations, and of course, what's the role of Discovery Plus as our new global streaming service. And as a matter of fact, Ukraine was one of the first markets where Discovery Plus launched. Why is that? It will be great to have this opportunity to tell you about it. And I think we should definitely make sure we invite Yuri as part of our Food Network shows.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll give you a little bit of a context about Discovery. Obviously, we've been creating premium documentary and lifestyle content for the past 30 years. As a company, we have evolved over these 30 years from a pure cable business to a global IP company, and we are the leader in real-life entertainment. At the core of everything we do, we just always make sure that we put our mission, which is to power people's passions, whether those passions are for food, for travel, for nature, for wildlife, or for sports. Throughout the years, we've obviously brought one of the most emblematic channels to the world, Discovery Channel, but also a lot of other globally renowned brands like Animal Planet, like Home and Garden TV, like Food Network. Now I keep thinking about food, Travel Channel, and recently in 2014, we also acquired Eurosport, the pan-European sports channel dedicated to sports. The acquisition of Eurosport brought a transformation to our company back in 2014 as we entered the world of live broadcasting of sports events. However, the biggest shift by far and the greatest challenge has been during the last 18 months when the world struggled with COVID, which dramatically changed the way we know life and the way we do business. It had huge implications on the way content is consumed. It had huge impact on consumer behavior, on the expectation, and the way that people expect to see that content. Standards, of course, significantly increased, which is good for the whole industry. But then we, as a content producer, were also significantly impacted. We had to think about how we produce content safely, how we go out there and film the content, and we bring it to the homes and the screens of the ever more demanding and sophisticated viewer. One thing that COVID-19, one of the global trends that COVID-19 definitely amplified and accelerated was the demand for high quality streaming content. It's just, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's just skyrocketed. And as every severe change, we as humans, I think we learn to become more resilient, to persevere and to innovate. So we at Discovery decided to embark at our most ambitious project, which was the launch of our global streaming service, Discovery Plus. And for the first time, we put together all of our content, our documentary library, our lifestyle, our sports content at the same place. So on 1st of December 2020, we announced the rollout across 40 countries. Interesting enough, Ukraine was one of the very first markets where we decided to roll out Discovery Plus. And this is thanks to the strategic partnership we have with a very strong local OTT streaming platform, Megogo. So thanks to that partnership, we were able to bring Discovery Plus to the Ukrainian viewers. And I think that says a great deal about the Ukrainian viewers, that there is a certain level of readiness, there is great sophistication, very high demand for premium content, and adaptation to innovational technologies, which is not present in many other markets at the same level. So by bringing Discovery Plus to Ukraine, we put together all of this beautiful content and more of it than it was available ever before. This year, through Discovery Plus, we also brought to Ukraine, but also to the whole of Europe, the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020, which is definitely the most awaited event, but also, after all, the biggest sporting event on the planet. And having the Olympics during COVID adds a totally different level of complexity. We, as the broadcasters of the Olympics, have the responsibility to broadcast the games, but as well to show the athletes their stories and to show their journeys. And their journeys this year were totally different from before. They had to travel safely to Japan. They had to practice under very, very hard, health conditions. It was a totally different experience. They had to make sure they keep themselves safe, but also everyone around them. And we had the same responsibility. So we had to come up with a lot of innovative ways to show the Olympics to our European viewers. So one of the things that we did, which is different than ever before, we established a virtual relationship with the athletes at the Olympic Village so that we can interview them and show their journey without physically being with them all the time. We also created a green area inside the International Broadcast Center in Tokyo, where athletes could come to us and we can safely interview them. And in general, we invested a lot into technologies that allow us to produce content remotely. So and with every year, as technologies advance, we'll be able to do more and more remote productions, which is very important as it reduces environmental footprint, it reduces unnecessary travel, risk exposure. At the end of the day, with the higher technologies, we're still able to provide the experience on the screen just as strong as before, even if not physically present as much as we used to be in the past. And looking back at what we did with the Olympics this year, we as a company feel extremely proud. We managed to achieve on our goal, which was to bring the Olympics to more people and more screens than ever before. In Ukraine alone, we saw unprecedented coverage as we brought the largest number of volumes of coverage of the Olympics than ever before, really, as we showed every unmissable moment as part of Discovery Plus. On a European level, we saw 10% increase in the viewership of the Olympics versus the Winter Olympics, despite the lack of travel, which of course has an impact on the engagement, and despite the fact that there were no audiences. So nevertheless, more people tuned in to watch the Olympics. And I think looking back at everything that happened, it is definitely a huge disruption. But I think that disruption also creates space for creativity, for transformation, and for a lot of learned lessons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katina. Thank you. And Matthew, thank you for the creative and innovative solutions. We are happy, of course, to have Discovery the team member. I hope that Katina will be able to join us a little bit later. Зараз я би попросила організаторів сказати, будь ласка, чи в нас є можливість включити відео від картини «Се».
I want to ask organizers if we have video from Cartina 7. While we're waiting for the video message, and before we jump to the questions, I'm sorry, I apologize that I wasn't able personally be present at this event, because for me it would be interesting to hear the opinions about the investments and transformation culture, in cultural transformation in Kyiv. And nonetheless, that more than 20 years I'm working in art sphere. I was impressed. From the statistics of Ministry of Culture of Ukraine, we say that art is generating approximately 4% of the Ukrainian GDP, and we have to admit that a lot of artists don't realize how significant the scope of their work. And for me, it's important that creative industry is always a place for that part of society that is not that is capable to bring attention to what people are doing and to can present country and city from the point of view of future, and I think this is relevant not only for Ukraine, but it's a global. It's correct globally. When artists they are working, they looking at the world from the point of view of future, and when we've seen a lot of changes to the artists, how they and in my opinion, and hope I think the largest opportunities for the creative artists are lying in the areas of development, augmented and virtual reality, and I think that artists will be able, due to the technology achievements, achieve a huge level of reality of created perceptions, and we can always have to, as an artist, we also have possibility to move a couple of steps ahead on and try to lend our art and in this way, and this will create the most values for the cities and communities where we live, and thank you very much to Kartina's event for his thoughts. Unfortunately, the quality of sound wasn't perfect, and if we will, when maybe possibly we can talk about the influence of augmented reality. And when we mentioned the influence of Ukrainian IT industry in 2020, the scope of IT export from Ukraine exceeded 5 billion USD, and it continues growing, and it grew 20% comparing to 2019. And we will see a lot of new opportunities for implementing creative ideas. Audience, do we have questions to our speakers? Yes, then I have a couple of questions, and maybe I will ask to answer shortly. If we define two things that can be implemented at national and city level to boost the creative transformation in Taras, your answer. At national level, to boost creativeness, I would say we should invest into creative development of children and teenagers. It should be a national level program, and at the local level we have huge problem with the functioning of the art schools, music schools. That's where we have to pay attention. That's from what lot of artistic streams start, which then turn into the rivers of creativity. Dominic, what is your opinion?
I will give you, but I think for our industry, we have received a tax reduction for this year. For accommodation, they reduced the tax from 20 to 7%, what is a huge help for our industry. When it comes to being creative from a city or a government point, I think alone on this panel or in this room, there's so many ideas and so many thoughts we can put together. If the government and if the city listens to the unique individuals, the creative people in the city and in the country, you can actually create a massive list of things you can achieve to actually promote your country and your city to move forward, to become a destination, like John said, you know, Paris and Glasgow and things like that, if we put our strengths and all our thoughts together to make it happen.
Thank you so much, Dominic. Chansu, what's your view based on your international experience? We can't hear you.
Could you repeat actually your question one more time, please?
Of course. What are the two things that can be done at the national level or international level to stimulate and boost transformation of creativity?
Well, as I actually explained earlier, I think actually we need to harmonize the locals and an international. Like, you need to understand what locals want and how locals actually want to promote and how international community actually receive that locals' ideas. And as a brand perspective, I think actually we need a strong message, a strong visual that combines every elements of how to promote Ukraine and how to promote Kyiv, because I think, you know, people actually know Ukraine, where basically actually where Ukraine is, but the thing is, people don't really actually have enough idea of what is Ukraine and where is Ukraine. So we need to actually keep build that messages to international community to make sure that how to promote, how to advertise what this country has, and so make sure that we can invite more clients, investors, even tourists to make sure that to make it actually Ukraine and Kyiv as a to-go destination.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your thoughts. Так, далі, Юрію, ваша думка?
Yuri, your opinion? Yeah, it's always difficult to follow somebody's suggestions. I will move to the food industry straight away. When we talk about regional level, in each region we should develop our local brands, like food brands, and conduct festivals for these local food brands. That will boost local tourism, but this should be done a little bit differently on how it's organized now, and it moves us to the global state level, national level. When someone says, "Oh, let's do something," and then whom we take advice of? Oh, my neighbor is good. Cookie is smoking barbecue very well. Or we should invite professionals, not someone we know. Professionals in particular area of expertise in order to develop these things. If we're talking about music, we want to develop music and have national level festival. We should ask opinion from the industry players put them at the same table and do the brainstorming. If we talk about the food event, we have to bring together 10-15 people and for them to shape that event. From such collaborations, we can bring to life something new and not trying to, when we try to move, my example is the festival of potato pancakes. That festival, it was like, yeah, with national traditional dresses. It was okay, but it was like old school because like I've seen their old amusement park facilities, and it gave me impression of 90s. When tourist comes once and he had seen that, he will not come back for the next year. If you're doing something, let's do it like 21st century way. Yes. I would like to ask if Ekaterina is still with us.
Yes.
Shall I repeat once more? What can be done at the national and local levels to boost creative transformation? What's your view? What are two things that can be done?
So I think from content perspective, obviously there will be an ever higher demand for more high quality content, which also assumes local production. So I think that will be the next very creative boost for Ukraine as well. So just making sure on the legislative level that there is a good financial and investment climate that that stimulates those investments and ensures that international companies can come and do more local or international productions in Ukraine. I think that's just very important, and it's a huge boost to creativity.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ксенія, яка ваше бачення? Поділіться з нами.
Якщо Юрій казав...
If Yuri mentioned food industry, I will speak about music industry. If we take into account global market, we should invest into promotion of Ukrainian artists at global arena. We have Go-Away, who is now known globally thanks to Eurovision. Onuka, that is rethinking use of Ukrainian traditional instruments. We should say that Ukraine is both Taras and Andriy Shevchenko to promote our current artists at global arena, because they need and if we talk about the national and about local level, I support Taras's opinion. Yes, what about how the royalties are collected in Ukraine, because this is very important. And organizing legislation properly in this way, and if artists will be really receiving money, royalty funding for their artistic works, it will encourage them to work more. Thank you. We've kind of in order to summarize the opinion of our speakers, we need to think about education, creative education of new generation, to constantly be in dialogue with our creative community, and to promote brands, to bring professionals and to achieve dialogue, and to create more and more content, and to try to make investors invest into our original local content. And it looks like a plan for actions. And when we spoke what should be done previously, can we imagine what is waiting for us if we will meet here in 5 years? Of course, we will have food tasting. Yeah, let's not wait 5 years. Let's do it food tasting part next year. If we think about mid-range future, what will drive the creative transformation in Ukraine? Dominic, in one word.
Sorry. I think what we all agreed on is that we need to listen and we need to move to the next level, and we need to bring people in who are professional to promote and to create content. So we first need to listen to then create the content, to distribute it and to broadcast it.
Thank you so much. Tarasa.
Creativity driver, I want to see competition at the market. The competition not between the artists as people, but the competition with the artificial intelligence, neural networks, and that's what what's waiting for us nearest future. And the survival will be because creative market will be the last resort for Homo sapiens, and let's be good at it. I hope it will be our youth. And everyone has been told. I almost had been set up. I totally agree with all answers, but I like the comment about the competition. I believe that creativity will be a sphere of competition for humans only, because artificial intelligence, it's, for me, I used to be told that the profession of chef is dying, and that in 10-15 years robots will be cooking. Yeah, robots can cook, but they cannot invent new recipes because they cannot feel the taste. They unable to see the colors, the aesthetics. AI, it's about formulas, but creativity, it's about human. I think it will be competition between people. Chang-Su, what is your opinion about what will shape the creativity in next 5 to 10 years? In one word.
Like a Yuri's comment, and I do believe actually I hope to believe actually people are still better than robots, but we are the one who's actually making the robots. And then his previous comments actually really touched at how countries' IT and agriculture sectors can compete in the international highest level. That, for instance, actually like smart farms. I think actually a traditional agriculture side, and then the brilliant technology actually from the Ukrainians, like a human resource, can be great collaboration way to boost high value added crop productions, or even call agri-tech. Just like a Tesla, they are making electric cars, but they're also actually getting a lot of profit from selling carbon credit. So I think this is actually kind of the future for his sector, that not only just focus on the event or just food, but also maybe even help to actually the bottom of the table from the pyramid for all the farmers. And for me, actually, like I said, Ukrainian people from Kyiv, they are the one who's building the city, who's building the images, and I think they're the future.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Katerina, will be interesting to get your view, your forecast.
Ideally, we would like to see more Ukrainian talents, more actors, tell their stories globally, on Discovery Plus preferably, and just, making their stories heard and becoming more global.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we look forward to welcome you in Kyiv soon.
Colleagues, I hope that in 3-4 years, we will be totally able to check what came through, what haven't. And with this, I would like to summarize and finalize our discussion. Ksenia, Katerina, Taras, Dominic, thank you for very motivating discussions I learned a lot of things, for example, about dry jelly. And with such representatives, I'm very sure about the future of our creative industries. And I hope that all your creative plans will become true. And thanks to all our participants who joined us online. And thank you to the organizers of the Investment Forum, to the representatives of Kyiv State Administration for bringing so many extensive experiences together on how we can transform Kyiv. We've heard a lot of international cases.